Morning, Sir Jong.
Good morning, Ma'am Heidi. Comment dan mo dayon kinarapay price Mayong buntag, let me share with you guys one positive thought in this beautiful morning. This is from John Laxingham. Be willing to be a beginner every single morning. Morning greetings to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Edelberto Leonis Oplinario Cecil 5, to our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Rosemary Tolod Masasar, to the two chiefs of the functional divisions, Dr. Maria Carmela Tompong Ablin of the SGOD, Dr. Maria Eva Saire Edon of the CID, SGOD, and OSDS personnel, education program supervisors, public schools district supervisors, school administrators, teachers, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. This is the third day of our Kumustahan sa SGOD. To start with, let us now sing the Philippine National Anthem, to be followed by a Muslim prayer and a Christian prayer.
اللهم يا من على العرش استوى، يا من خلق فسوى وقدر فهدى وأعطى كل شيء خلقه ثم هدى، يا من أضحك وأبكى وأمات وأحيا وأسعد وأشقى وأوجد وأبلى ورفع وخفض وأعز وأذل وأعطى ومنع ورفع ووضع، سبحان من شق البحار وأجرى الأنهار وكور النهار على الليل والليل على النهار، يا من هدى من ضلاله وأنقذ من جهاله وأنار الأبصار وأحيا الضمائر والأفكار. اللهم وفقنا لهداك واجعل عملنا في رضاك. اللهم آت نفوسنا تقواها وزكها أنت خير من زكاها، أنت وليها ومولاها. اللهم حبب إلينا الإيمان وزينه في قلوبنا وكره إلينا الكفر والفسوق والعصيان واجعلنا من الراشدين يا رب العالمين.
Dear God, we praise and honor you as the Lord of our lives and the Lord over all the earth. God, for your mercy and forgiveness, especially in times when we forget about you and fail to follow your word. O God, we thank you for coming into our lives and remind us that there is always a hope for those who pray and believe. For all that we have, our lives, our work, our families, our neighbors, our co-workers, our friends, and even those against us, for whom we also pray. Thank you. O God, as one family, as one Department of Education, teach us to serve you and your people without counting the cost. Teach us to humble ourselves in the name of public service and serve others above our personal interests. And help us to put our faith in action and see you in everything we do and all those we serve, especially our learners, the heart of DepEd. Guide and lead our learners, teachers, administrators and staff, family, community, and stakeholders to become faithful to our core values of makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, and makabansa, and enable us to contribute to building the nation and the world, and to make us worthy stewards of all your creation. We bring back all the glory and honor to you, O Lord, our God. Amen.
Again, a pleasant morning. Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation for the past 2 days. And we are now on our third day of the Kumustahan sa SGOD. And it will be the day for the monitoring and evaluation alone. So sila lamang po ang mga artista ngayong araw na ito. And before we'll go to the main topics of the day, let me tell you that we are going to flash on screen on our YouTube screen our attendance link as well as our Katame link. So you can see later that our attendance link and please do remember that we still have a lot of prizes in store for you guys, and I have this beautiful bracelet right here. Ayan po. This is from Vietnam. From Vietnam with love. And we have 2 sunglasses in store for all of you guys. You just choose whoever wins this one later. And we also have a Nivea for men deodorant. And we have 2 fashion belts, 1 white belt and 1 brown belt. So you just choose from our goodies. We also have a bandana, a shawl, and I have with me 12 load cards, Globe and Smart. And we also have a beautiful Vinta from Sambuanga, Vinta mug. And I have with me also 2 towels, 1 blue-green and an orange towel. And also 2 shawls, pink and light green. So that's for all of you guys today. So please remember to participate para naman magiging fashionable yung mga lives ninyo, o di ba? Kaming dalawa ni Ma'am Lady Ann ang model ngayon. So ipamimigay namin ito later. And to give the first prize, that would be a Dove Beauty Cream Bar. Dalawa po ito to our earliest bird sa YouTube. Congratulations sa ating magiting na administrator ng Corva Miagao ES of Salvador District, Congratulations, Sir Kandaw Kabugatan. Ayan po. Congrats, congrats. Okay. Hi to Ma'am Salima Gubat. Thank you so much. I would like to do some shout out now. Eugene Talo, good morning. Sir Kamar of Pantar National High School. Ma'am Juana Bolos, Ma'am Jesely Amor de Rama, Ma'am Ellen de Guzman. Good morning to Ma'am Grace Fuentes. Ako na sir, bracelet. Sir Carlos Solitas of Predication Maghinay Terez. Ang layo-layo. Good morning. Ma'am Agostria Pahayahay of Saavedra Elementary School. Ma'am Jerma Maglangit. Good morning also to Ma'am Heidi Iya. Mine daw ang sunglasses. Mine shades, Ma'am Ann, according to Ma'am Jesely Amor de Rama. Ma'am Cheryl Selva, good morning, watching from the Lama CES. Good morning, Ma'am Risa Banjala. Good morning to Ma'am Melissa Andales. And to Ma'am Mafe Mesias, watching from Matampay, Ilaya.
Mine sunglass.
Mine sunglass?
Mine sunglass.
Wow. Sir Jaime Yorong, good morning daw. 9 out of 9 school heads are watching via YouTube. Thank you so much. Magandang umaga po sa lahat ng mga taga-Magsaysay District. Shout out to Maria Cristina Central School teachers from Ma'am Destiny Jam. Good morning everyone from Tacob ES, from Ma'am Ideta Tawan-Tawan, Ma'am Grace Deloria, Sir Socorro Pigalan, Ma'am Judith Rabaka, and sa lahat po ng Lala North District and Lala South District teachers. Ma'am Ann Nicolo, Ma'am Maricarol Llagas. Okay, Ma'am Aida Alquilita, Ma'am Vilma Lu Alemansa, and Ma'am Chodora Gumapon. Ayan po, we'll have the shout out later pa. So let's go straight ahead. Chief, do you have some special announcement? Kung anong mga updates sa mga SBM natin and nangyari kahapon.
Yes. So now just proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chief. All right, so let's now go to the main topics of the day that will be from our monitoring and evaluation. And to discuss, of course, about the school-based management, here is our Division SBM Coordinator and Division Private Schools Coordinator, our Education Program Specialist 2 of the MNE. Let's all welcome Dr. Lady Ann Lau Cabahug.
Pero sa makalidian, oy. Ganti mo na ati para naman kadiha. Mine ni Chip. Mine. Sa video. Isa kayo makatag-iyaan na at all participants of this SBM virtual orientation updates of school heads, a pleasant morning to one and all. Next. Sa video wala. Okay, pagkuhan ba ako? Ito ka ng video. Okay, so this is now DepEd order number 83. Ano, wala na po.
Asan yung things?
Excuse us for a while, ha?
Asan yung things?
Yap, sa nag-hindi. Tara. Ne?
Kung yung video.
Sige na, kung akong kuhan.
Kasi
Okay, so once again, good morning. This is our DepEd order number 83, series of 2012, implementing guidelines on the revised school-based management SBM framework, assessment, process, and tool APAT. Okay, so through these guidelines stated to further strengthen the SBM practice and re-emphasize the centrality of the learners and the involvement of the relevant community, basic education service delivery. The Department of Education embarked on revisiting the SBM framework, assessment, process, and tool to improve in already recognized successful SBM practice across the regions.
Ay, 5% sa? 30% sa labor. 30%?
Kinawala yung presentation.
Okay. So school-based management program is conducted to determine the school's performance based on the 4 SBM principles. We have leadership and governance, curriculum and learning, accountability and continuous improvement, and management of resources. So through SBM validation is conducted by the division coordinating team to determine the SBM level of practices. It also mandated of the Region 10 to require all school heads, public elementary, secondary, stand-alone senior high schools, and all integrated schools to submit online for the SBM electronic tool.
Next.
Okay. Okay. Creating a child and community-centered education system, which is our access, is the lifeblood of school-based management. Taking a cue on the centrality of learners, the school and the community concretely manifest symbiotic functions in the delivery of basic education services geared toward a better access and governance. Most importantly, of basic education, the improvement of quality. Schools are now challenged to encourage the institute local an initiative for improving the quality of instruction and to ensure that the values, needs, and inspirations of the school community are given the highest consideration. Through SBM, schools are empowered to make decisions and craft innovations on what are the best for the learners under their care. So this is now the SBM electronic tool, the new electronic SBM validation tool for elementary and secondary. So, for elementary, okay, so this is now the tool for electronic for elementary and secondary. The difference of this form, the school community mapping, are the age level of pupils. So speaking of elementary, excuse ha, gikuan pa ni Sir Floor. Wala, Jude.
Hyperlink mo gamit.
Okay, so nakita na ninyo?
Kita na.
Okay, so all public elementary, as I said a while ago, secondary and school, standalone senior high school or integrated school shall be required to submit SBM self-assessment tool and to fill up all the data needed for the key performance indicator. So this is not the form. So we have now here the access, efficiency, and the quality. Okay, so school year validated 2020-2021. Okay, so we have 3 years back. So, kani siyang 2017, ato ni siyang i-change into 2018-19. I-click lang nato din ha. Oh. After clicking, mo show na din nato ang every school year. So, the back 3 years, we have start of 2018-2019, 2019-2020, and 2020-2021. So the community mapping now, so number of age children in the community not in school. Then you need to fill up also the number of school age children in the community enrolled in other schools. So kato ni siya mga estudyante na may enroll into private schools, no? Next, number of school age children enrolled within the community. The number of school age children in the community. Total number of school age children in the community. Next, efficiency. So we have here the number of simple dropouts. Then, build up also the enrollment. Next is the repeaters, number of repeaters, then failures, then enrollment. For the quality, since we have not yet ang atong NAT because of the pandemic, so we go to the number of promotees. Then, your enrollment. Okay, so diri sa baba, mayroon tayo itong SBM validation form at isa ka SBM validation block form. You're going to click this one if you need for the SBM validation form and for the SBM validation blank form. Also here, performance indicator for definition and formula. So whatever the formulas that needed in the key performance, you're going to click here. Then for the document analysis, observation discussion, our DOD. So you're going to click this one, then that's the time you are going to answer or to fill up about the DOD, about your documents. Okay, we have here entered the names of validators. So since it is only for the school level pamanta, because it is your self-assessment, the members of the validators in your school. So, diha butang ang ngalan. Next is your ICT. Then, blank lang na to ang planning officer. Then, we have your school SBM coordinator. Then, your school principal. Okay. So, some updates of this electronic tool, nga pag-click daw nato aning DOD, dili na siya nato mabalik, dinhi na sad siya sa key performance. So, as instruction sa region, as of now, ila pang i-finalize ang system. Okay? So, wait na lang ta nga ang system, tagaan na sad ta o corrected nga SBM electronic aid tool for elementary and secondary. So, as of now, so that you can pass your self-assessment for this self-assessment, so pwede mo ani after build up this form in inyo lang siyang i-print out. Then, ano na po mo sa DOD. After click sa DOD mo, show na ang DOD. Di naman siya mo balik, paingon rin sa first page. So, pwede na po mo dito, muhatag mo og rating, then at the same time, inyo na sad siyang i-print out so that you can submit on time for the self-assessment. Okay. So, all school heads must provide certificate based from planning data and signed by our division planning officer and noted by the SGOD chief. Now, instructions si Ma'am Inking from the planning officer that before siya mo sign sa inyong certificate, you need to attach the previous certificate for the last 2 years before siya mo sign. So, what are those certificate na need nyo i-attach para mo permit sa certificate? For the 2019-2020 certification and 2018 certification. Now, if wala mo nagbuhat for 2019, mo ka submit, i-submit lang appeal sa iyaha, kaya ato lang po iya po lang permahan para ang ato ang na-transparent ang atong data. Okay? So next, this is now the sample again during our OPCRF seminar from the SGOD. So this is also ako na nang gi-show dito. So kani karon another this is also sample of certificate that you are going to provide to the planning officer for the signatories. So for example, Pamamasmin Maruhom, this is certified as Hasmin M. Maruhom of Lenamon Central School has achieved the following for the performance indicator web enrollment, dropout at number of repeaters. Okay, so this is now the example. And after that, you're going also to submit the last 2 previous certificate for 2018-2019 before siya mo pirma. Okay, next, the process. Okay, after submitting your self-assessment, to the record section, so the division SBM coordinator need to review the result, need to review the result of your self-assessment electronic e-toll, and after that, consolidated. Okay, for the review of the result, submit ninyo na sa record section, ato nang ipa-receive. After that, the record section will automatically submit that to the SBM coordinator. Then, for the review of the result and consolidated. And for those schools, SBM level of practice belong to level 1, level 2, and level 3. Okay, for those level 1 of SBM level of practice, division provided technical assistance with the education program supervisor, the PSDS, the public schools division supervisor, and the DFTAT. The division field technical assistance will give you or will help you regard with the technical assistance. Next, for those qualified for level 2 and level 3 of SBM practice will now ready for division validation. To validate the accuracy of data and computation in the SBM assessment validation forms with MOVs, your means of verification. But those schools for level 2 after the validation of the division level, those schools for level 2 and level 3 that need improvement, can you see the arrow here? Mubalik na punta sa division that will provide technical assistance with the EPS, PSDS, DFTAT for level 2 and level 3 that need assistance. After na sa given of technical assistance, again, balikan na po sa group. After balikan sa group, and then that's the time na makapasar na sila. So, at i-forward na din nato diri sa forward na din ang results sa SBM coordinator. After that, pag forward na ako din ang ihatag ni Chief for approval and review. Okay. And always remember that our school is package. Dili lang ta kay moingon ta na only with the key performance indicator and our DOD is perfect na. But we need also to look out, and what matter most is also our physical facilities. That the physical appearance of the school conducive for learning, and it looks like beautiful as the principal. We also give attention for our building repair, that there is improvement. It is our challenge as principal to find ways and means for the repair kung wala na budget sa MOE. The next, we are going also to check the school site of the school, if na by deed of donation and already titled in the name of the school. Next, complete perimeter fence of the school. Next, SIP approved. Now, ang SIP dili approved, so there's no basis for SBM. Then you're going to check also the dropout rate. Learners not participated in school activities. So, na-adjud tayo monitoring. Through dropout and learners not participated in school activities, we have our basis for monitoring. We undergo home visitation. If we undergo home visitation, need frequency. So, in 1 week, how many days ka sa 1 week nag-conduct of home visitation? And in a month, how many days po ka nag-conduct of home visitation toward the learners that need your technical or that need your help for remedial? Okay. Then for those schools that reach already for level 2 and level 3, no need na para no need na siya para improvement. Very good na na-reach na niya ang level 2 and level 3, and that school is recommended for the regional assessment validation and given certificate as SBM level 2 or SBM sustain level 2 or level 3 practice and sustain level 3 division level. Okay, next. Responsibilities of the school head in SBM assessment validation. Okay, as principal, it is our mainly responsible for the school performance as a prime mover of the school-based management and shall organize the SBM coordinating team at the school level, orient the stakeholders on the policies and guidelines of school-based management. During our validation, naigagmay nga school. Of course, our school, we have small school, medium, large, extra large, or mega. Okay, naay small school nga wala sila kalibutan because they're already they're still in primary school. Okay, school heads, attention for those new school heads. Need gud mo mag-organize of SBM sa inyong school. Then you need also to orient the stakeholders on the policies and guidelines about SBM. The next is facilitate in the crafting of SBM work plan. I'm very happy nga daghan na sang district nag-submit sa office. Next is lead in the conduct of self-assessment. Then facilitate the post-conference. Need nato i-facilitate atong post-conference in order for us to know unsa pa itong mga lacking documents that need for improvement, that need for signatories, that need for enhancement. Okay, then that time, you are now ready to submit the result of your self-assessment to the division office, to the SBM coordinator. Okay, next. This is now the basic steps in the assessment process at the SBM level. First is you're going to organize a team at least 12 members. Pero kung small school mo, unom ra mo kabuok, di, ang unom ra pod kabuok, mo ay atong i-organize. And each team will have at least 3 members per principal composed of teachers, students, and other stakeholders. The team will select a leader and a documenter. The next, you are going to classify documents by principal. Then gather evidence using the DOD process and select samples of documents. So you're going to classify now the principal 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then summarize the evidences and arrive at a consensus of the rating on each indicator based on the documented evidence. Next, SBM validation of documents analysis observation. Okay, so SBM validation procedure of document analysis, observation, discussion. The SBM assessment tool uses evidence. No need gitag evidence to determine a school's level of practice in which the document analysis, observation, discussion of our DOD is a means of evaluating the validity of accuracy of the evidence. That there are 3 essential steps in evaluating this evidence. So first, we are going to conduct document analysis. Through conducting document analysis, we are going to obtain and assemble all existing evidences related to the indicator being assessed. Evaluate the validity of the evidences against relevance, accuracy, currency, consistency, and sufficiency. Okay. In relevance, the evidence must be appropriate to the indicator being assessed. In accuracy, the evidence must be correct. Okay, and accuracy, the evidence must be present, existing, or actual. In consistency, the evidence must be verifiable and generates the same result from the most of the sources. The last is the sufficiency, that the evidence must be adequate and enough. Number 2, you need to conduct observation to obtain the process of evidence. You need to process the evidence obtained by scrutinizing instructional, leadership, and management styles, methods, techniques, approaches, and activities used by the school community to achieve the SBM goal. Processed evidence is to be used to cross-validate documentary evidence and synthesize the processed evidence for group discussion. And for the last procedure of the document analysis, observation, and discussion, that you are going to discuss the synthesis documents and process the evidence. Conduct the discussion in a friendly, non-confrontation manner to explain, verify, and clarify the evidences. Practices vary in establishing the level of practice of an indicator in your school level. Okay, so next. Suggested respondents per SBM principal during the validation. So for principal 1, we have leadership and governance. So kinsa may naa niya din ha. So we have na the school head or the assistant to the school head. School planning team, department heads, especially for those secondary, grade level coordinators, school governing council chair or representative. We have our general PTA president or representative, LGU representative, and SSG and SPG president representative. Now for the curriculum. School heads or master teachers, department heads, grade level coordinators, GPTA presidents or representatives, Teachers Association president or representative, Supreme Student Government or Supreme Pupil Government representative, School Governing Council chair, representative, alumni president or representative. Next, in principle 3, accountability and continuous improvement, we have a school head or assistant to the school head. So ang school head gyud pwede siya sa principal 1 up to principal 3. Then school planning team, department heads, grade level coordinators, school governing council chair, representative, then LGU representative, SSG and SPG representative. Now for principal 4, we have management of resources, school head. So ang ato yung school head information please, our school head for principal 1 up to principal 4. Pwede siya mo adto sa principal 1, principal 2, 3, or 4. The next, Supreme Student Government Supreme Pupil Government Representative, School Planning Team, LGU Barangay Chair Representative, School Governing Council Chair Representative, or School BAC Team, Property Custodian, Inspectorate Team, and General PTA. So these are the following suggested respondents for SBM principal during validation. So need gud nato ang master teacher na agid siya sa curriculum. Okay, next. For the deadline of submission accomplished by self-assessment tool that duly certified and approved electronic tool for elementary and secondary on November 30, 2021. So hapit na siya no. I already discussed the process about your SBM self-assessment tool. Next, SBM action plan last October 30, 2021. Now question. Ang giingon diri is ngano kunong sa memo, November na siyang memo pero ang deadline di October 30. Diba nag-seminar ta during your OPCRF? During that seminar, ako nang gihatag sa inyo ang deadline of submission. It's already given. Okay, next, SBM Accomplishment and Completion Report will be on May 10, 2020. Nganong sa May 10, 2020 man ta? Because after the division validation, preferably this December to January, I already talked this matter to Chief Ablin for our division validation. Will be on December to January 2022. Then after that, to our validation, that's the time you're going to submit the SBM accomplishment and SBM completion report. Next, who are the signatories? Okay, it should be prepared by the school principal, reviewed by yours truly, recommending approval by our chief, SGOD chief, Maria Carmina Tiablin, and of course, approved by our Schools Division Superintendent, Edelberto L. Oplinaria. Next, being status of the Division of Lanao del Norte. This result last 2019. Diba? Can you remember that in 2019, we already conduct validation in our division. Then after that, I already submitted all the lists to the regional office. So this is now the consolidated, and I will also read to you who are those schools who are qualified and waiting for the regional validation. Okay, for SBM level 2, division level, we have 53 all in all. For elementary, we have 52. Secondary, we have only 1. SBM sustain level 2. We have division level, we have 31. Elementary, we have 28. Then secondary, we have 3. Then for potential level 3, division level, we have 4. We have 3 for elementary. 3 for elementary and 1 for secondary. Next, sustain level 3, we have 3 schools. Hello. Okay, then sustain level 3, we have 3. Elementary, we have 3. And secondary, we have 0. Bergat, ina lang si Tuyo. Okay, so these are the following schools. Okay, we have Mumungan Elementary School under the supervision of Ma'am Dina G. Lebot, sustain level 2. Balu ES, we have Kadayunan, Zubaida Ali, we have Napu, Ma'am Bili nakasabog na, karon bago naman ang principal. We have Rubocon Elementary School, we have Phoebe Mirabueno. Next, Sultan Palaw Ali Elementary School, we have Nor Amili Sanggakala. Kabasran Elementary School, we have Sally M. Makin. Lininding Elementary School, we have Nor Aini C. Lumundot. We have Dimayon Elementary School, we have Shahanida Makiin. Binon Elementary School, we have Elber S. Gunesto. Rufino Santos Senior Memorial Elementary School, we have Gisette Y. Lumusod. Transferred na si Gisette sa Kahayag. Layangan S. Elementary School, we have Aida M. Alquilita. Minaolon Elementary School, we have Ma'am Christina C. Inaw. Esperanza Elementary School, we have Ma'am Claribel G. Quizol. Pagayawan Elementary School, we have Ma'am Venus B. Palangan. Bacolod Central School, we have Ma'am Shegret, transferred already to Kauswagan. So we have now Ma'am Hasmin Maruhom. Babalaya Elementary School. Ipasulod na? Excuse her for a while, ha? Excuse her for a while. Lord, sir, Binjan, pasulod na daw mo sa left.
Okay,
Okay,
so
so Ma'am Lady Ann is having a call from the regional office for the school-based management. So let's give her some time. And while she's doing that, let me do some shout out to our participants. Magandang umaga po sa ating mga officials and school administrators, Ma'am Francisca Larin, Ma'am Lilibeth Lugkawil, Ma'am Sanima Aso, Ma'am Fatima Mananggulo,
Ma'am Maysa Tumarompong, Ma'am Sharon Ann Langa, Sheila De Los Reyes. Hello. Can I be heard? Madungog ko? Okay. So let me continue our shout out while Ma'am Lady Ann is busy with the attending our needs because our regional office officials are calling for the school-based management online evaluation now. Good morning also to Ma'am Ann Nicolob of Tubod East District, Ma'am Imelda Hirale, Ma'am Christina Inaw, Sir Marlon Paul Apale, magandang umaga po. Ma'am Sheila De Los Reyes of Antonio Lim Sr., Lala South. Ma'am Magdalena Regalado of Justado Yap Senior National High School. Ma'am Junessa Martinez. From Rupagan ES, Ma'am San, Roxanne Labrador of Rufo de la Cruz. Hello po. Good morning also sa lahat ng mga taga-Sario de Roda ES, La North District, to Sir Orly and to his teaching staff. Good morning. Sir Wahab Smith is also watching now. Ma'am Jovi Maglinte, Sir Rene Abarques, Ma'am Almea Cabahug. Good morning also to Ma'am Cherelle Elorde and Ma'am Aunet Jane Tumampos. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Let me also check our MS Teams participants. If we have some. Good morning to Ma'am Sinaida Mendez, Ma'am Sanaira Musa, Sir Camilo Baynosa, Ma'am Rowena Luntayaw, Ma'am Sanima Aso, Ma'am Vilma Manggubat, good morning. Ma'am Raquel Cabosas, Ma'am Amili Sangakala, Sir Alexander Doria, Ma'am Wilma Obatay. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Again, it's so nice to see all of your comments and to see all our participants alive and kicking. Shout out daw from Tipulo ES, Americar Llagas, and Sir Mac Tunes Nating of Raimundo P. Barinian ES with their school administrator, Ma'am Zoraida Kyoyo. Hello po. Good morning. And also to Ma'am Leslie Cal of Games, Tubud East District. Nakadapit. Ako na lang masawan imong report.
Oh, dili on. Kana. Ito na basa. Dadang Benjan. Na mag-send siya, nag-send ako ko ni Mama Marisol.
Okay, let me continue with the presentation of Ma'am Lady Ann. Bumungan ES Elementary with the school head, Ma'am Dina Libot, sustained level 2. Kadayunan ES of Ma'am Subayda Ali, level 2. Napo Elementary School under Ma'am Bilen Nakasabog, level 2. Ma'am Fe Mirabueno of Robucon ES, level 2. Sultan Palaw Ali ES under Ma'am Nor Amili Sangakala, level 2. Kabasaran ES, Ma'am Sally M. Makien, sustained level 2. Lininding ES, Ma'am Nor Aini C. Lumumdot, level 2. Limayon ES under Sahanida Makien, sustained level 2. Binuni ES, Sir Elver Gonisto, level 2. Rufino Santos Senior MES under Ma'am Gisette Lumosad, sustained level 2. Liangan East ES under Ma'am Aida M. Alquilita, sustained level 2. Minaulon ES under Ma'am Christina C. Inao, level 2. Esperanza ES under Ma'am Claribel G. Crizol, sustained level 2. Pagayawan IS under Ma'am Venus B. Palangan, sustained level 2. Bacolod Central School under Ma'am Jasmine Maruhom now, sustained level 2. Babalaya ES under Ma'am Melky Doron, sustained level 2. Kahayag IS, sustained level 2. Sino ba ang ating bagong may administrator sa Kahayag? Ma'am Ann.
Kahayag?
Si Ma'am
Gisette.
Ma'am Gisette Lumusad na, no? And then Atanasio Lugronio IS, Ma'am Jocelyn Fernan, sustained level 2. Nag-move akong presentation, ma'am, yan. Labu IPS, Hosto C. Amuja Jr., sustained level 2. Claro M. Recto under Ma'am Sol Cabardo, sustained level 2. Kulambugan CS under... Sir Nonato Codisor, level 2. Manga IS under Sir Norvel Alangilan, sustained level 2. Riverside ES under Ma'am Sara Di Mapandi, level 2. Berwar ES under Ma'am Mufida Mangandinian, level 2. Pilingkingan ES under Ma'am Mamilawan Kali, level 2. Candice ES under Ma'am Marivic Bahongsuwa, level 2. Baris PS, Ma'am Eleanor Capule, level 2. Malingaw Central School, Ma'am Edna Chan, level 2. Dalama IS, Elmer Saison, sustained level 2. Tinpin ES, Erlinda V. Able, level 2. Chofila Sikibranza under Ma'am Imelda C. Hirale, level 2. Licapaw ES and then Ma'am Maria Charlene Quizon, level 2. Sergio Mata ES. Ma'am Linda Tipalang, level 2. Tubod Central School, under Ma'am Edna Chan now. Sustained level 2. Abukay Kankamo ES. Sir Harmy Yorong, sustained level 2. Sheikh Omar ES. Under Ma'am Evangeline Tawan-Tawan, sustained level 2. Dato Bibit Talog under Sir Redeem Patarla, sustained level 2. Magsaysay CS, Ma'am Sanaida Omar, level 2. Tambakon ES, Sir Rolando B. Asarcon, level 2. Talambo ES, Ma'am Jesrel De Lestern, level 2. Rosalong ES under Ma'am Vilma T. Bakaling, level 2. Baroy CS, now under Ma'am Ellen De Guzman, sorry. Sustained level 2. Then, Paosto Alvea under Ma'am Hazel De Guzman, sustained level 2 rather. F. Bulante MES under Ma'am Elaine Alesna, level 2. San Manuel ES, Sir Jonathan Pihanog, level 2. Matampay Bukana ES, Judith Rabaca, level 2. Magpataw ES under Ma'am Jocelyn Espanueva, level 2. Baga Central ES under Ma'am Josephine A. Malaubang, level 2. Simpak ES under Ma'am Antonieta B. Ipe, level 2. Pedro B. Liwanag. Simpak is now, Pedro B. Liwanag Memorial Elementary School under Ma'am Lorna Varasona before, now under Ma'am Josephine Ignacio, sustained level 2. Maranding CS, Ma'am Mary Grace Yap, level 2. Saavedra ES, now under Ma'am Lorna Varasona, level 2. Lala Proper IS, Dr. Marilo Apat, sustained level 2. Tipolo ES, Ma'am Girly Salomon, level 2. Anacorita Chongco Rubeliar, Sir Honorio T. Cabigas, level 2. Malinas ES, Ma'am Lindy Joy Paradero, sustained level 2. Don Juan Diaz MIS under Ma'am Marites Cabigas, sustained level 2. Butadon ES under Sir Renato Giramil, sustained level 2. Donggoan ES under Sir Ronnie Dominguez, level 2. Margos ES, Ma'am Shelo Calamba, level 2. Raimondo P. Barinian, Senior PS ES, Ma'am Zoraida Kyoyo, level 2. Sultan Ali Dimapuro under Ma'am Indira P. Abdul, sustained level 2. Koryo IS, Ma'am Saminora Ami, level 2. Maguindanao IS under Ma'am Rosario G. Ramos, level 2. Sigayan ES, Muhammad Elias Mamantok, level 2. Bangaan ES under Ma'am Sapura Undak, level 2. Payong ES under Lawanon S. Muhammad, level 2. Balili Central Elementary School under Sir Gideon Oblina, sustained level 2. And Filipe Lomanta Senior MES under Ma'am Charlene Aying, level 2. So here are now the schools, elementary and secondary, the level 3. Kayagan ES under Sir Rogelio R. Itol, potential level 3 of Kapatagan. Linamon CS under Ma'am Jasmine Marohom, sustained level 3, Linamon. Maigo Central under Ma'am Tilda Cuevas, potential level 3. Dalama CES now under Dalama CES, sustained level 3. Lala National High School, Sir Pablo Nisnisan, potential level 3. Kapatagan CS under Ma'am Grace Deloria, sustained level 3. Lanao del Norte National Comprehensive High School under Ma'am Anisa Sinal, potential level 3. Okay, so those are our schools with their different levels of the school-based management. So again, our speaker of the day, the first speaker is so busy. He's so busy with the regional validation for our school-based management. So that's why she's away for a moment. And that ends her presentation. You just reserve all your questions, your queries later. She will be back later for your queries. Kindly write down all your questions, all your queries and clarifications dito po sa ating mga chat boxes sa MS Teams and sa ating YouTube Live.
Ako nag-live ang kakaami attendance.
Saan ito niya siya pagkuhan? Stop. Palig po, ma'am yan. So check your time. It's now 8 minutes after the hour of 10 in the morning. So we're just done with the school-based management topic from our SBM coordinator, Ma'am Lady Anlao Kabahog. And let us proceed now to our next speaker. But before that, good morning muna sa ating mga participants. Ma'am Marian Willamay Bulay-Bulay of Panuluon National High School, Sir Renato Ramil of Utadon ES, Ma'am Tilda Cuevas, Ma'am Prissy Timtim of Salio Roda, Pasita Tumog, watching from Inudaran, Ma'am Norjana Untong, good morning. Mitchell Rabor, good morning from Rofo de la Cruz IS, Ma'am Apolonia Tabanas from Panuluon ES, Ma'am Charlene Aying. According to her, Sir Jong, I have submitted already. Nasaan yun? Adinilit ni Ma'am Charlene. Okay, I'll be reading also some comments from our MS Teams. Sir Sabino Caberte, Panuluon Elementary School, Mayong Buntag, DepEd LDN del Norte, gikan diri sa Linamon National High School, Ma'am Milchura Batiñao. Good morning. Hi, Ma'am Wilma. Hi, Ma'am Felda. Hi, Ma'am Vilma. O lahat nag-end ng A. So, get ready po sa mga katanungan later because we are giving away, again, a lot of prizes this morning, our third day. And those who have won for the first 2 days, kindly claim your prizes here at the SGOD office mula po sa ating chief of the SGOD. At you can claim it also from us, Ma'am Jen and I. So anytime you can drop by, you can claim all your prizes that you have won since Monday, mula pa sa ating day 1 ng Kumustahan sa SGOD. Okay, so I guess our next speaker is ready. I'm giving you now our Senior Education Program Specialist of the Monitoring and Evaluation. Let's all welcome Dr. Ivy Tubongbanwa Humawan. Ma'am Ivy, take it away. Ma'am Ives, are you there? Ma'am Ivy, calling Ma'am Ivy. Pakitawag po kay Ma'am Ivy. She's already next.
Wait, Sir Jong, ha?
Hi kay Ma'am Nashiba Malo of Dato Pascan PS, Sir Ronnie Dominguez of Dongguan, Ma'am Rohaima Di Makaling, Ma'am Marian Willamay Bulay-Bulay, Ma'am Gisette Lumosad, still watching from Kahayag IS. Hello po, Ma'am Gisette. So there are 132 people watching right now. According to Ma'am Charlene Aying, Sir Jong, I have already submitted my request of certification of the KPI without attaching the previous certification. Kay karon pa ko kabalo nga i-attach ti ay. Okay, good ma'am nga nahibalaan na nimo. Okay na ka, nag-thank you na ko. Last naman to nga slide.
There's a question.
Wala question.
Ay, na-stress ko. Okay, let's ask this moment, Manggod, kay this moment, it will be a virtual interview and validation with Alala National High School. Okay, so if you have question, please na lang PM sa ako kay ako sa i-facilitate ang Lala. Thank you so much for your understanding.
Ma'am Ivy, si Sir Irvin sa daw mauna, ma'am.
Ma'am, Sir Irvin. Oh, Sir Irvin sa...
Ding.
Ma'am Ivy,
Asan na?
si Sir Irvin sa atong unahon. Okay. Before we'll have our senior education program specialist, let's have our public schools district supervisor of Kapatagan districts to orient us with some of the DODs and MOVs needed for the school-based management. Let's all give a virtual round of applause to Dr. Irvin Planas.
Okay, good morning everyone, most especially to our SGOD Chief, Dr. Maria Carmela Tablin, to Sir Jong, to Ma'am Lidian, the in charge for SBM, and to all those in attendance today, a pleasant morning to all. This morning, we will be talking about the school-based management or SBM, documentary analysis, observation, and discussion, or the DOD, including that of the means of verification or the documents needed, and also the level of practice, the rubrics for the level of practice for level 1, level 2, and level 3. Okay. Let's go to principle 1. So principle 1 is leadership and governance. So the indicator 1 is in place is a development plan, that is your school improvement plan developed collaboratively by the stakeholders of the school and the community. Okay, the MOVs are the SIP and the AIP, including that of the extent of participation of stakeholders, the annual procurement plan, the annual budget, the documentation of the SIP process, which includes the minutes of the meeting, the attendance, and the photos. So during meetings also, please include the invitation letter, a sample of your invitation letter. For the rubrics of the level of practice, you will be considered in the level 1 if the development plan is guided by the school's vision, mission, and goal, and is developed through the leadership of the school and the participation of some invited community stakeholders. That is level 1. So if you have that level of practice, you belong to level 1. Now, level 2 of practice, evidence indicate plans and practices and procedures are fully implemented. For level 1, evidence indicate only early or preliminary stage. So for level 2, which is the evidence indicate planned practices and procedures are fully implemented already. So the development plan is evolved through the shared leadership of the school and the community stakeholders. For level 3, so you will be considered level 3 with these rubrics. The evidence indicate practices and procedures satisfy quality standards. So the development plan is enhanced with the community performing the leadership roles, and the school providing technical support. So more of the support, more of the performance, and the leadership performance role is being played by the community, meaning that the community is really involved in this process. So still under leadership and governance, indicator 2, the development plan, this refers to your school improvement plan, is regularly reviewed by the school community to keep it responsive and relevant to emerging needs, challenges, and opportunities. So what are the indicators or the documents needed? So the SIP review process. So when you say review process, so it includes the letter of invitation to the participants during the review, the minutes of the meeting, the attendance, and the photos. ISMEA documents. So needed dito ang ISMEA documents. The documentation of the SIP review process. Also, this includes the minutes of the meetings, attendance, and photos. So how about the rubrics for the level of practice? So you will be in the level 1 of practice if evidence indicate early or preliminary stage. So the school leads the regular review and improvement of the development plan. You will be in the level 2 if the school and the community stakeholders working as full partners lead in the continual review and improvement of the development plan. And you will be considered in the level 3 rubric if the community stakeholders lead the regular review and improvement process. The school stakeholders facilitate the process. Okay. For indicator 3 under leadership and governance, the school is organized by a clear structure and work arrangements that promote shared leadership and governance and define the roles and responsibilities of the stakeholders. So what are the MOVs, means of verifications, or the documents needed? School Faculty Association or the CBL. CBL means Community-Based Learning. The Parents Teachers Association. Per indicated in the DepEd Order number 54 series of 2009 and DepEd Order number 67 series of 2009. Next is the Supreme Student Government or the Pupil Government. This is under the Department Memorandum, DepEd Memorandum number 4 series of 2012. The IMES, Module 1, Pupil Management Information System, which includes students' organization. So here, the students' organization still needed in indicator 3. So, if students' association organization is needed, the documents for this is needed in indicator 1. So you have to place one document there for student organization, and here you have to also furnish a copy in the indicator 3 because it is requested here. It is stipulated here, the student organization. The homeroom PTA officers. So here in the indicator 3, the homeroom PTA officers are still needed. So you have to furnish a copy here for the PTA officers. Now, how about the rubrics for the indicator of the level of practice? You will be in the level 1 of practice if the school defines the organizational structure and the roles and responsibilities of the stakeholders. You will be considered in the level 2 if the school and the community collaboratively define the structure and the rules and responsibilities of the stakeholders. And you will be considered in the level 3 of practice if guided by an agreed organizational structure. The community stakeholders lead in defining the organizational structure and the rules and responsibilities. School provides technical and administrative support. Okay, still in leadership and governance, indicator 4. A leadership network facilitates communication between and among school and community leaders for informed decision-making and solving of school community-wide learning problems. So what are again the MOVs or the documents needed? One is the communication plan. Second is the communication flow. Third is the communication system. Fourth is the school website if you have. And 5, linkages with barangay LGU and other sectoral groups. There is a MUA needed for this and others. Module 4. This is legislation and control management information system of your EMS. So attendance, conference notebook, and classroom program. So how about the rubrics for the level of practice? Level 1, if a network has been collaboratively established and is continuously improved by the school community, and you will be considered in the level 2 of practice if the network actively provides stakeholders information for making decisions and solving learning and administrative problem. You will be considered in the level 3 of practice if the network allows easy exchange and access beyond the school community. Okay, for indicator 5 under leadership and governance, a long program is in operation that addresses the training and development needs of school and community leaders. So here one, the MOVs needed or the documents needed is the learning and delivery system. Number 2 is IPPD before. This is IPPD before, but today this is already called DP or Development Plan of the Teachers, which addresses the need for their ESAT or the self-assessment tool. Next is the School Plan for Professional Development for Teachers. This is a summary of the different development plans crafted by the teachers. Next is the Training and Development Program for Leaders. Next is Parenting Seminar Program. Another is Training Designs. Here also is the Module 2 of the EMS, which is Personnel Management Information System, the training needs, and the seminars attended. So there is teacher needs assessment here. When you say training needs, based on the development plan. Teachers organization, teachers requirements, performance appraisal system. This is now the IPCRF, the IPCRF of the teacher. This is the performance appraisal for teachers. And for the rubrics of the level of practice, you will be considered in the level 1 of practice if a network has been collaboratively established and is continuously improved by the school community. You will be in the level 2 of practice. You will be considered the level 2 of practice if the network actively provides stakeholders information for making decisions and solving learning and administrative problems. And you will be considered, you will be under level 3 of practice if the network allows easy exchange and access beyond the school community. Okay, that's all for the uh, leadership and governance, or principle 1. Now let's go to the principle 2 of the SBM, which is curriculum and instruction. Indicator 1 under curriculum and instruction is the curriculum provides for the development needs of all types of learners in the school community. So 1 is the science curriculum. This is indicated in DepEd order number 53 and DepEd order number 57, series of 2012. Sports curriculum, art curriculum, curriculum for journalism, curriculum of foreign language, textbook education, SPED or the special education program, the madrasa education, and the IP education. Also included in the curriculum is the senior high school curriculum for secondary. Those are the MOVs needed or the documents needed to support under indicator 1 of the principle 2, curriculum and instruction. Now, for the level of practice rubric, you will be considered level 1 if all types of learners of the school community are identified, their curves assessed, appropriate program with its support materials for each type of learner is developed. And you will be considered level 2 of practice if the programs are fully implemented and are closely monitored to address performance discrepancies, benchmark best practices, and coach low performers, mentor potential leaders, reward high achievements, and maintain environment that makes learning meaningful and enjoyable. And you will be considered in the rubric as level 3 of practice if the educational needs of all types of learners are being met as shown by the continuous improvement on learning outcomes and products of learning. Teachers as well as students' performance is motivated by intrinsic rather than extrinsic rewards. The school's differentiated program is frequently benchmarked by other schools. So, gibenchmark ta sa other schools. Indicator 2 under Principle 2, Curriculum and Instruction. The implemented curriculum is localized to make it more meaningful to the learners and applicable to life in the community. So these are the documents needed or the means of verification, MOVs. Localized curriculum, so contextualized learning materials and contextualized teacher's guide if possible. Big box, curriculum adaptation, orthography, mother tongue based dictionaries or the MTB dictionary, IMs or instructional materials on IKSPs. IKSPs is only applicable for IPED or Indigenous People's Education because IKSP means indigenous knowledge, skills, and practices. Next is improvised IMs or improvised instructional materials. Okay, next is ARATA based on the IGRA. What is ARATA? ARATA means assessment result is associated to teaching approach because this address the needs in IGRA. IGRA is only for early grades because IGRA means early grade reading assessment. This is for K-Stage 1. No? So ARATA based on IGRA. So if you have identified the reading assessment of the early graders or the early grades learners, then we have the teacher has to craft an arata, because arata addresses the needs of the learners based on the findings in the IGRA. Arata means, again, assessment result associated in teaching approach. Next is the senior high school curriculum for secondary schools. Now, for the rubrics of the level of practice, you will be considered level 1 of practice if local beliefs, norms, values, traditions, folklores, current events, and existing technologies are documented and used to develop lasting curriculum. Localization guidelines are agreed to by school community, and teachers are properly oriented on this. You will be also considered in the level 2 practice if the localized curriculum is implemented and monitored closely to ensure that it makes learning more meaningful and pleasurable, produces desired learning outcomes, and directly improves community life. Ineffective approaches are replaced and innovative ones are developed. And you will be considered in the level 3 of practice if the best practices in localizing the curriculum are mainstreamed and benchmarked by other schools. There is marked increase in number of projects that uses the community as learning laboratory and the school as an agent of change for the improvement of the community. Indicator 3, still under curriculum and instruction. A representative group of school and community stakeholders develop the methods and material for developing creative thinking and problem solving. So what are the documents needed or the MOVs for this? An action research on effective teaching methods and strategies. So action research. Next is LPP implementations, lesson plans, daily logs, science and investigatory projects, linkages with CSOs, NGOs, HEIs or the higher education institutions in improving quality instruction, visual aids or instructional materials, ICT-based instruction, workbooks, worksheets which are locally developed in schools. LPP means learning partnership programs. No, that this is the number 2 LPP implementation or learning partnership program. Okay, for the level of practice rubrics, you will be considered in the level 1 of practice if a representative team of school and community stakeholders assess the content and methods used in teaching creative, critical thinking, and problem solving. Assessment results are used as guide to develop materials. And you will be considered in the level 2 of practice if the learning materials and approaches to reinforce strengths and address deficiencies are developed and tested for applicability on schools, family, and community. And you will be considered in the level 3 of practice of SBM if materials and approaches are being used in school, in the community, and in the family and in the community to develop critical, creative thinking and problem-solving community of learners and are producing desired result. Indicator 4, under curriculum and instruction. The learning systems are regularly and collaboratively monitored by the community using appropriate tools to ensure the holistic growth and development of the learners and the community. So what are the MOVs for this, or the document needed are action research on student learning outcomes, basis for developing remedial programs, the ISMIA dashboards and results, Module 8 of the EMS, which is Educational Planning, Research and Evaluation Management Information System. So action research are conducted, basic research are also conducted. Now for the rubrics of the level of practice. Level 1, if a school-based monitoring and learning system is conducted regularly and collaboratively and feedback is shared with stakeholders. Level 2, if the school-based monitoring and learning systems generate feedback and is used for making decisions that enhance the total development of learners. A committee takes care of the continuous improvement tool. Level 3 of practice, if the monitoring system is accepted and regularly used for collaborative decision making. The monitoring tool has been improved to provide both quantitative and qualitative data. Now, for the number 5 indicator under curriculum and instruction. Appropriate assessment tools for teaching and learning are continuously reviewed and improved, and assessment results are contextualized to learner and local situation and the attainment of relevant life skills. The MOVs or the documents needed for this are the following: teacher's test notebook, teacher's portfolio, test results, and analysis of any of the following tools. So analysis of any of the following tools. EGRA resulting to ARATA, PhilERE or the Philippine Informal Reading Inventory, results used in developing reading program, pretest and diagnostic test results, formative and summative tests, HATs or aligned with the keep up. Before this is keep up, but today we already have summative test and performance tasks used in designing remediation program. The enhanced assessment tools adapted from Save the Children, ECCD and Basic Ed and Literacy Education. Okay. Another MOVs or documents needed under indicator 5 are the following. Curriculum, Module 3 of the EMS, which is Curriculum Management Information System. Number of textbooks, number of teaching guides, and number of teaching manuals, number and title of supplementary textbook, mid-year program review and evaluation, diagnostic test, achievement test by subject area, observation checklist, and anecdotal records. So for the rubrics of the level of practice, you will be considered in the level 1 of practice if the assessment tools are reviewed by the school and assessment results are shared with the school stakeholders. And you will be considered in the level 2 practice if the assessment tools are reviewed by the school community and results are shared to community stakeholders. Level 3 of practice, if the school assessment results are used to develop learning programs that are suited to community and customized to each learner's context, result of which are used for collaborative decision making. Now, for the number 6, because we have 7 indicators under curriculum and instruction. So indicator 6, the learning managers and facilitators. So this refers to the teacher, the administrator, and the community members. Nurture values and environment that are protective of all children and demonstrate behavior consistent to the organization vision, mission, and goal. What are the MOVs or the document needed to support this? The Child Protection Policy Implementation, the co-curricular activities report, example in scouting, religious instruction, science camp, and others. So for the rubrics for the level of practice, you will be considered in the level 1 of practice if the stakeholders are aware of the child learner-centered, rights-based, and inclusive principles of education. Learning managers and facilitators conduct activities aimed to increase stakeholders' awareness and commitment to fundamental rights of children and the basic principle of educating them. So you will be considered in the level 2 of practice if the stakeholders begin to practice child learner-centered principles of education in the design of support to education. Learning managers and facilitators apply the principles in designing learning materials, and you will be considered in the level 3 of practice if learning environments, methods, and resources are community-driven, inclusive, and adherent to child's rights and protection requirement. Learning managers and facilitators observe learners' rights from designing the curriculum to structuring the whole learning environment. And for the last indicator of SBM under curriculum and instruction is indicator number 7. Methods and resources are learner and community friendly, enjoyable, safe, inclusive, and accessible, and aim at developing self-directed learners. Learners are equipped with essential knowledge, skills, and values to assume responsibility and accountability for their own learning. So what are the MOVs or the documents needed for this particular indicator? So these are as follows: the daily lesson log, the daily lesson plan, students portfolio, the computer laboratory, awards received by learners, classroom structuring, the reading centers, the study lounge, the library, the ADA modules or alternative delivery mode modules, the guidance services. So what are the rubrics for the indicator of practice? You will be considered in the level 1 of practice of SBM if the practices, tools, and materials for developing self-directed learners are highly observable in school, but not only in the home or in the community. Learning programs are designed and developed to produce learners who are responsible and accountable for their learning. You will also be considered in the level 2 of practice in SBM if the practices, tools, and materials for developing self-directed learners are beginning to emerge in the homes and in the community. The program is collaboratively implemented and monitored by teachers and parents to ensure that it produces desired learners. And you will be considered in the level 3 of practice of SBM if there is continuous exchange of information, sharing of expertise, and materials among the schools, home, community for the development of self-directed learners. The program is mainstreamed continuously, improved to make relevant emergent demands. Okay, that's all for the two principles in the school-based management, which are Principle 1, Leadership and Governance, and Principle 2, Curriculum and Instruction. Good morning to all, and mabuhay ang Lanao del Norte. Sir Jong?
Yes, Sir Irvin, thank you so much.
Okay, back to you.
We have a concern from Ma'am Marilu Apat, sir. Na-address ano mo ni sir? Sir Irvin,
Yes, sir.
na-address ano mo ni concern ni Ma'am Marilu Apat niya yung chat?
Wala pa. O diyan na lang iniguman sa tanan, sir.
Okay, okay. Ako lang basta akong daan, sir, ha? Sir Irvin, during the division SBM validation, what documents are to be scrutinized and validated? Documents from 3 years back or only for the last 2 years, since no validation was conducted last 2 years due to pandemic?
Okay, for that, for the validation process, it's Ma'am Lydian who will answer that. But for the content of the document, I will be the one. But for the process of the validation, it will be Ma'am Lydian to address that.
Okay, thank you, Sir Irvin.
Okay, thank you.
And friends, ladies and gentlemen, that's our Public Schools District Supervisor of Kapatagan Districts, Dr. Irvin M. Planas. And now let us proceed to our next speaker. Again, I'm introducing back our Senior Education Program Specialist of the Monitoring and Evaluation. Ma'am Ivy, are you ready?
For a while, Jong.
Okay, so while you are getting ready, Ma'am Ivy, mag-shout out muna ako sa ating mga participants. Thank you daw po, Sir Irvin, from Ma'am Antonieta Epe. Ma'am Joslea Lambas said thank you also, as well as Ma'am Francisca Loreen and Ma'am Wilma Obatay. Maraming salamat daw po, sir. Ma'am Jerlyn Bihag watching from Arsenio A. Cabrera National High School, Tabud East District. And good morning also to Ma'am Juliet Pongasi Fernando na nag-wild diri sa akong tungod. Good morning also to all. Isang ma-harsh na morning sa office namin dito. Watching from Tangkal National High School, Ma'am Imelda Sandad. Hello po. And also, thank you for watching Ma'am Jeanette Macarambon of Sixto Maghanoy Senior. Ma'am Virginia Giacchino, Ma'am Rona of SND. Nice kayo mong name diri, Ma'am Rona the Blonde, na? Ma'am Esmeralda Roa from San Antonio ES, Ma'am Josephine Baclaya. I-appeal po na ko ang shout-out ato ang guwapa ug maabtikon niya school administrators sa Lala Proper Integrated School, yun man sa iyahang mga teaching staff. Hello po, Ma'am Marilu Apat. Nakadaog ba na si Ma'am Apat kahapon? Okay, so thank you also for your participation, those who are watching from Sergio Mata Elementary School, Tabud West District. And also to Ma'am Jessica Hongkada, Gumagamot ES School Administrator. Ang buntag, Ma'am. Sir Rinaldo Arcelias watching at Sixto Maghanoy Senior Central School. Sir Hilarion Feliciano from Sir Lito Boca of Hilarion T. Feliciano ES Kulambugan District. Ma'am Josephine Baclaya is also watching, and Ma'am Maria Cecilia Lambuhon is also watching. Esmeralda Roa is also watching from San Antonio ES Tabud West District. Ayan. I hope I did not miss anyone. Sir Francisco Vedra, and Sir Teriso R. Dimpas Jr. of Sergio Mata, and Ma'am Hipolita Cerojales watching also, and Charlotte Fortula. So, ayan. So, I guess, Ma'am Ivy, are you ready? Ma'am Ivy, are you ready with your slides? Sir Ervin, if you do have some questions for
Jong.
our participants, kindly get ready with your questions because marami po tayong prizes na ipamimigay, sir. Yes, Ma'am Ivy?
Hello, Sir Jong. So that we have a continuity of our topic, as Ma'am Arlene will be the next speaker for Principle 3 and 4.
Ma'am?
Ma'am Arlene will be the next speaker po.
Ma'am Arlene Manginsay?
Yes,
Yes. Sir, is the champion sir katong basketball sa sports.
Okay, so
Yato sa sir,
I was not
yes.
informed, Ma'am Ivy. Let us now welcome our education program supervisor to discuss the principles 3 and 4 of the school-based management system. Let's all welcome Dr. Arlene D. Manginsay. A virtual round of applause, please.
Hello
Ma'am Arlene.
Morning. Morning, Sir John. My task this morning is continuation of what Sir Erwin Planas, PhD, shared with me this morning regarding on documentary analysis, observation, and discussion on the school-based. My task is on focus on principle 3, which is continuous improvement and accountability, and principle 4, management of resources. Let me start my sharing this morning by saying the main goal is to improve school performance and student achievement in school. So that's why we are here for 3 days, because our goal as school heads, as part of our different schools in the division of Lanao del Norte, is to improve our performance, particularly our students or learners' achievement. So for the continuous improvement, accountability, let me start. I shared here two things, the possible MOPs or document and artifacts. Kasi mag-read ka ani, no? By artifacts, by MOPs. Kani yun siya, ang MOPs yun, no? Yun ang ang ipakita if kung sa man, mag-prioritize. Sige. So, unsa man, according to the ECM coordinator, the focal person in the office, she said na lang sa daw para afternoon na lang ang ko agay. Taas-taas na po yung topic. So, basig i-update na. So, sa job.
Ma'am Arlene, your connection is not good. Choppy ka, Ma'am Arlene.
Madugan ko sa job. Okay, di ay, kayo mag-lunch din. Yung si Madam Dian, 11 pa man. So, ako lang yung yung topic para 12 lang.
Sige.
Ma'am, choppy ka diha dapita, ma'am.
Sir Jong.
Pobre imong lugar.
Yung ko madunggan?
Choppy, madunggan ka pero putol-putol. Putol-putol.
Sir Jong.
Yes, madam.
Hindi madunggan?
Ma'am Arlene po, dili.
Ano ba? Ano ang Wi-Fi?
Madunggan man mo pero putol-putol, choppy. Ang inyong audio ana.
Saan mas kusog? Mas kusog ang Wi-Fi ko, no? Mas kusog. Jong, Sir Jong. Putol-putol gihapon ko. Hello, Sir Jong.
Yes, Ma'am Arlene.
Dili gyapon makaro.
Na ay times ma'am nga choppy gyud siya ma'am. Daghan na ang nag-chat diri sa YouTube hasta sa MS Teams. Basahaga yung palihog ma'am. Dili maklaro ang audio.
Ay, inaya na kung kung na magkukot sa kawibin dinan. Sige. Default na ni Ma'am Toy. Default na ni Ma'am Toy ang video. Okay. So, this one. Nadunggan ako. Hello?
Madunggan ma'am pero ang connection ma'am mag-choppy jud ka.
Ayun, asa
Ang
naman
connect
na?
dili jud maklaro oh. Putol-putol ka from Ma'am Rowena Luntayo, from Sir Camilo Baynosa, dili maklaro ang audio, from Sir Sambino Bisaberte, dili jud maklaro.
Wi-Fi 3 naman. Dalawanin ako. Sige. For a while sa outside. Okay, so by this time, unconnected ako. Okay, again, my task this morning is a discussion of continuous improvement accountability standard 1. By the way, I included in my presentation artifacts, pero during the activation, naligid siya ang possible movies, documents, system, mao gyud ang pakita. So, unsa yung aning artifacts para lang naghan papers na to. So, dili siya part siya, pero ang atong mga validators, mangita at least na-attack naka-reserve na daan. Kung yung artifacts na karaan mga documents. So, kung na-validator, pangitakan pa o kaning artifacts, naatay makakita ko na yun. Now, for standard number 1, rules and responsibility of accountable persons and collective body clearly defined, agreed upon by the community stakeholders. Noon sa mga invoices, possible documents, structure of school accountable organization. So, sa maning organization, ang structure sa atong faculty association, ang structure sa atong school governing council association, ang atong parents teachers association. So, i-appeal ninyo ang DO number 54, series of 2009, and DO 67, series of 2009. Appeal siya sa folder. No? So, kung mo, by folder, dito na to ang mga MOPs. Separate siya. butangan na table. Principle 3, 1. 1. So, unsa ni siya in office? 1.1, 1.2. So, ano siya, no? I know school heads know this one already. Another, stream student government organization. So, including also division memorandum for 2000 or any lately natin mga division memorandum na ito regarding on the SG and SPG organization. Attendance, photos, minutes of meeting regarding the different, for example, no, sa PTA, nag-meetings na. No? Okay. So, for example, ang PTA na meeting. So, na-meet siya, attendance, i-script din ninyo. So, structure sa PTA ang mag-una. Followed, attendance sa meeting, the photos, the crafting of different roles and responsibility of the PTA, no? I-documented siya tanan, well documented. And so with the SSG, pag-upata nag-elections, bato siya, hilto ninyo, kinsay officer sa inyong SSG or SPG with all the documentation and with all the issuance division memorandum or not division memorandum, but you can include also the regional and national issuances. So ibutang na siya dito kanan saka folder. So the SGC, SSG, I know you have this one. So unsay mga artifacts pod nga atong i-support. Katong siya ba ang possible in-office document ang gito main nga ato no. So ang mga artifacts ni na siya kinanglan nakatay records of attendance sa akong school heads, the barangay assembly and session. No? So that means kay one money kanang collaborative collective body and agreed upon by the community stakeholders. So dapat kung nag-atin ipatawag man no appeal man ang mga school heads sa ato ang barangay session, assembly. So na time nga maka-appeal ang no or so kinahanglan apil na siya i-aning na nag-attend mo dito mag-photocopy mo sa barangay na going to ask attendance a copy of the attendance. So with the copy of letter sent indicating agenda of the meeting. So kung ipadalaan ka sa barangay, you have to attend the meeting. Kana ang gihapon nato i-check gihapon na nato ang sa ang DOD as artifacts. Less intervention of pupils development and action plan. So kani karon daghan kayo ta ang akong gihimo gali ang BL kana ang ginagawa ang BLCP itong BLCP. So bill na siya sa mga intervention, mga approve naman to inyong siguro mga learning community plan. Appeal na siya sa intervention. List of interventions sa staff development and action plan for training or di lang training webinars ang katon nagkakuan so list lang unsa nga mga intervention attend ba sila webinars or nag-attend ba sila unsa nga mga kuan nga personality development sa teacher or nag-attend ba sila o kaning graduate studies nag-order ba sila silang MA or silang PhD appeal siya. A copy of formulated policies and guidelines of intervention program. So, kinahanglan you going to make intervention program, especially sa learning developments ng mga bata, i-appeal siya na nag-formulate yun mo of policy and guidelines sa school with your SGC and the PTA. Another copy of matrix of implementation of the intervention program. And then copy of the organization of monitoring and evaluation of the school planning team. And so, sa school, you have to organize also the school planning team. I know nga, na ninyo, ni sa kuan, what we're going to do this year is just to kuan lang, kanang pag-uhon lang nato Ang kuan galito last 3 years, last 3 years mo nang gitawag ni artifacts ay kuan siya i-comply na compiled sa inyong SPM area. Copy of reports and documents, sustainability of the program, operative participation rate, and operative achievement rate. So, ito yung mga artifacts. So, kung naka-comply mo kang tanan, so matanaw na dayon ang inyong indicator kung level 1 ba ka, level 2, or level 3. So, level 1 ka, if there an active party that initiates classification rules and responsibility in the education delivery. Base sa mga in-office, so kung diha ka level 1, diha ka ana imong initiate classification on the rules and responsibility. Naman nakapag-classify, pag-identify. Level 2, if the stakeholders are engaged in clarifying, defining specific rules and responsibility. So, mo nang ingon ko appeal SGC kay stakeholders na sila and the PTA. So, level 2 kaana appeal sila in the formulation of some policies and guidelines, particularly on the intervention program ang sa learning sa atong bata. And then third, level 3, you have shared and participatory processes are used in determining roles, responsibility, accountability of stakeholders in managing and supporting education. I remember this last pagid ko there was a point na kumahimo mo appeal na og DepEd ang atong PTA, ang atong SGC. Kabalo na sila. Office shared and participatory. So, level 3 ka, na-picture na po yung PTA nato or SGC na nag sa imo ka. Kung question nun kita, kung ang in-charge, makakuan sila, kung in-charge sila sa principal fee, so na-parent appeal dapat na purpose SGC. So, that is for level 3. Okay, next, for principle 3, we have the second standard, achievement of goals is recognized based on collaboratively developed performance accountability system gaps are addressed through appropriate actions. So, unsay mga possible POVs or documents, appropriate action to address gaps are following. SMEPA, or sa ito, SME yan. No? So, school monitoring, evaluation, planning, adjustment, siya, no? Implementation, and then recognition and incentive system, ang naaka, praise na to, praise sa school, na-active kwan ba siya? General PTA assembly meetings, dapat naka-document, active siya sa atong MPs. Homeroom PTA meetings, attendance, pero karon wala tayo kay face-to-face, but we're hoping maka-organize ng system na you can do still the meeting virtually. I-document na siya, no? Sa inyong PTA o sa inyong other stakeholders. Pwede siya, virtual. Or kung namagali face-to-face, limited ra, no? Na mag-observe kita o sa right kuan, 25%. But by this time, pwede sa kay halos vaccinated naman. At tampong ikuan nga, appeals ang limited face-to-face, kinahanglan na. But dagdag kayong mga pamaagi nga we can still have this naata sa pandemic. Attendance, mag-focus gihapon mo, minutes of the meeting, and then capability building program or a performance accountability system or what we call the SNIPA nato. Okay, artifacts, report on the integration of SIP, the Barangay Development Plan. Maugid nito, gibalik-balik nato na kinahanglan ang atong Barangay Development Plan na agi dito ang SIP or nakakuan, no? Na ay part ang atong barangay na nakapulo ang naata apektado sa development plan po sa barangay atong school. Receipt of copy of SIP sent to the stakeholders. Kinahanglan atong baydan ba atong mga stakeholders atong SGC, ang atong barangay captain, or any other stakeholders, ang atong PTA president, sa office atong SIP. Basing bayan, kaya sa tama na sa office, ang SIP, taguan sa heads. No? So, send a copy para makapanood yun ato ang stakeholders. So, acceptance, magtangkag receive the copy, and permanent. So, appeal na to dahil sa artifacts. Cooperative performance indicators, the school report card. So, kaming karot this afternoon, Ma'am Ivy will discuss to us on the school report card. Part importante gihapon siya. No? So, dropout rate, the duration, o maning content sa itong school report card. Copy of test results, periodical test results. Karon kung saan ang gitawag nato, online naman, no? Tang mo sa mga results sa itong test. Gamay kayo na kasi ubos, kay may grado atong bata. So, siya, copy of that. Copy of the field area result, health and nutrition narrative report, tanan nga yung submit diri, narrative report, unang kinahanglan ipa-receive sa reports, tatatakan, try to look kopya para naamot kopya niyo ha, then tatakan lang, na-receive yun diri sa division. Kung mahimo, na-acknowledge, no? So, kay mga narrative reports naman, narrative report can be, hindi siya dili mabalik kung narrative, at kung mga plan nga nag-need o approval, ito'y mabalik. Okay, narrative report and academic, extracurricular. So, for the academic and the extracurricular. So, in my case, naman ko sa extracurricular, itawag ito co-curricular, no? Sports na to, ito mga scouting. So, naama mo yung mga action plan. So, nangayo ko, kung naamoy accomplishment report or narrative report, kaya appeal man i-appeal nato, ibutang man nato sa akong SBM, tatang mga papers, mga documents, naglibot-libot sa gitna. No? So, i-require ang SBM sa uban ng mga programs. So, need siya. List of different competitions participated. Kinahanglan na Asia, kung mahirap, tapos dali ninyo ang mga nakaisip mo awards. Pareho karon po nga dito sa lalaki kuan kani nagkuan sila ron, no? Validate ang region sa National High School. So, ana din sila nga ulala, nakadaog na sila sa sports competition, sila champion. So credit na to, no? So part siya kay artifacts lang sila. Okay? Another comparative not resolved by subject. So, naamo, tanawa na ninyo. Pero kung kaning sa National Achievement Test, dugay-dugay na itong result. Pero sige lang, nakakihapon, i-compile lang natin. Okay. So, that is for standard number 2. Ang indicator niya, level 1 pa, the performance accountability practice at school level. Okay. Kung tama na sa eskwelahan, wala gid mo pa sa community. Level 2, kung community level accountability systems involving our school lead initiative. Dapat, yun, no, mga activities school presented ato mga stakeholders. And then 3, community accepted performance accountability recognition incentive is being practiced. Kung apila gali og hatag ang community og mga recognition incentive ato mga teachers or students sa schools nga receive nato, recognize ta na ay mga awards na nato receive, yan yung hatag po ng barangay, yung counterpart ko sila. So, that is, no? So, like ano, akong i-share, kaning sa ato ang sports, regional sports competition, champion man ta. So, ang wala siya, kung sa level pa, i-appeal na ito, naghatag award ang province, naghatag incentive sa ato ang mga bata. Ang bata sa Lalang National High School, ang bata sa Banti National High School. So, naghatag ang province, that means, kuwan siya, no? Accepted siya sa community, ang performance na ito, i-appeal, naghatag incentive ang ato ang community, ang LGU. So, bisan ka na sa inyong sports, kay kuan man siya yun sa STF, no? Ang sports na nga we'll be having our sports activity next week. you can ask kung naapila ninyo sa inyong action plan nga ang budget wa kon dito sa SEF pwede gyud siya, no? Makuha ninyo kung apil lang ninyo sa inyong action plan and coordinate ko with your district supervisor kay sila man ay mungkin ko dito sa SEF sa inyong LGU. Okay? So that is for standard number 2. For standard number 3 and principle 3, the accountability system that is owned by the community is continuously enhanced to ensure that management structures and mechanisms are responsive to the emerging learning needs and demands of the community. So, on-site MOP, ano niya, possible to be. The same lang siya, naa siya yung mga needs, somethings, attendance, and capability building. No? For the artifacts, less of formulated accountability system processes, mechanism tools like the climate survey, nani siya, no? Kadang naay activity sa DRR, nagpili siya, no? Nagagay mo, apil-apil mo kasi nahi mo nag-contest, na climate air, kung sa tunay, basta na, parents survey, pupils opinion survey, mga survey siya. These of organized continuous improvement na team. So, kinakala, nagdamoy mga CI po sa inyong school or assigned teacher, task ani ng team is for the continuous improvement both in the academic and the co-curricular of our learners. And then, copy of memorandum of agreement, the MOU, and the matrix of activities of the team. And copy of minutes of attendance, pictures, documentation of activities, organizational structure of the CIP team. Focus din siya on the continuous improvement team. Programs and projects created by DepEd for the CI team. Then fiscal development plan, then inventory of property, instructional materials, and classroom structuring. You have the NCTS, the TNSA, the IPPD, IPCRF, malibot-libot ang gini, no? IPCRF. During sa inyong OPCRF, kanang appraisal, magamit pa yung gihapon ng mga doktor. Okay? So, indicator, level 1 ka, school articulates the accountability assessment framework with basic components including implementation guidelines to the stakeholders. Level 2, if stakeholders are engaged in the development and operation of appropriate accountability assessment. So, kinahanglan appeal to the stakeholders. Level 2, engaged na yun ka. Level 3, school community stakeholders continuously and collaboratively review and enhance accountability system processes, mechanism, and tools. Kagahapon ko, no, may question dito sa Pantawragat, sa pamaagi or what are the processes in having your CIP? Isa ang mga processes. So, of course, naabang ito yung mga processes, include the ginato ang stakeholders, patawag kanila, appeal sila in crafting the SIP. So, that is for principle 3, standard number 3. Next, for accountability assessment criteria, standard 4. Tools, feedback mechanism, information collection, and validation techniques and processes are inclusive and collaboratively developed and agreed upon, no, the process. So, unsay possible na mga MOEs, you have assessment tool, client satisfaction survey, parents opinionaire, test form, survey questionnaire, tracer, so daghan kay siya, school report cards, balik-balik. So, kani siya, gihapon ibalik-balik o copy in another folder na kung ano man din natin, no? Pinaka itong mga school heads, nag-abot nag-level 3, nasa level 2, kabalo na gid mo ani sa process. Kinahanglan, yung requirement that is specific principle and standard, ana gid siya naa siya sa folder, dili kay na siya dito sa principle 1, so dili siya so ano magutos-ulos so binak mga documents, so dili siya nanglan ato gini siya mabitaw ng management. Well, kita man gud ay ta mo liho kung kanang nana contest na pagkaugma, so wala man gud kung ato lang yung anak-anak kani nato adto na i-document ko dito ni sa asa di siya dapat nga kung bilong, dili na ta mag-imagine photocopy da kung ano ato mga in-charge sa different principle ato nang ipandaan kung sa mga needs yung mga possible MOVs na naa sa ila. Okay, feedback mechanism, assembly meeting, education summit, stakeholders forum, state of the address, kung kamo, no? Na mga school ay nag-imo sila sa ilang parents conference, school website, karon kayo mga kuan labi na naka-depend sa kuan sa online sa virtual. So, daghang kay mga school mga ilahang kuan. Kasagara mo nag-engage lang, no? Kay kuan maning website. Nakakita po school nga nakakita po ng website. Then home visitation, the school bulletin, and parenting seminar. Another information collection, something convenient, step suggestion box, nanamang kita na mga suggestion box na nakabutang sa atong wilahan or sa entrance, documentation content survey, validation techniques of processes, the focus group discussion, FGD is focus group discussion, jury sa ato ang stakeholders, participation, brainstorming, interview, triangulation, observation, direct and indirect, and attendance, photos, minutes of the meeting, the development of accountability assessment criteria. So, unsay mga artifacts, reports on the review committee, ilang reports regarding on the different katong mga documents, nga MOVs, natong gibutan, SBM monitoring and evaluation self-assessment tool, kinahanglan na siya, tang sa artifact na po, for standard number 4, principle 3. Facebook account of all internal and external stakeholders, kinahanglan na para siya kanang we are really need our stakeholders, our internal, the teachers, and the external also, our PTA, our parents, other stakeholders. Cellphone numbers of all internal and external stakeholders, record monthly liquidation report, list of different projects implemented, school property inventory, financial statement, school fund, raising, kung natin mga fundraising, ng PTA, atong IGP, atong canteen, school IGP na to, or na may teachers IGP. But again, wala pa man teacher karon. But previously, na yung mga teachers IGP. So, pwede na nato siya ma-appeal diri sa atong artifacts. Approve AIP, and SOB, and PTNP. So, nga nung yung kadaghan kaayo yun, no? Daghan kayong mga papel na dapat less naman takon. Magamit rin na to. Pareho karon nakita kay nagamak ko para sa commercial kit. Nakita sa school dayon. Kay naman naka-kept man. So, mo na reason why we have also the artifacts. Okay. Next is standard. Last standard for principle 3, standard number 5, participatory assessment of performance is done regularly with a community assessment result and lessons learned serve as the basis of collaboration. So, unsay mga possible MOVs, You have the mid-year and annual review of your office CRF. Kana mga review. Kay usahay mo, dili sa lang taon, kanang ko ano, nag-grado na. Dapat, lagi na record ninyo, nag-review niyo mid-year. Kumusta naman ang performance sa ato ang mga teachers? Focusing on the assessment, especially also on the KPI, on the access, improvement, ano na to, drop out, mid-year. Ano na to, kuman sa second quarter, taon kung kumusta naman ang taydagan sa ang mga KPIs of the access. And then, school PPAs na to, atong mga brigada eskwela, program, dagulayan sa kaaralan, the guidance program, the EDM na to, work, drop out, reduction program na to, feeding, kapadiha nga tanak mga program, sports, tanan nga mga program na to, no? Nag-need siya review. For example, sa inyong action plan, asa naman mo, i-review niyo kung na mo, na-achieve ba niyo, wala na-achieve, wala pa kay record. Assessment based on the enhanced implementation of school PPAs and niya i-discuss in Ma'am IB, no? So dili ramang pud na training ang yung EM&E, tanan dapat yung mga programs nga implement sa school dapat i-monitor o evaluate nato kasi balik tani nga programa ka wala na effect, hindi na siya kinahanglan. So mo na ang nagkinahanglan tao evaluation. Okay, technical assistant, imong nahatag as head or the teachers or basin na po ang mga stakeholders, no? Remedial instruction program. Karong gali natay brigada pagbasa. During the brigada, we're invited stakeholders mo tabang o pabasa sa mga learners. Kana siya, may focus na ninyo diri sa standard number 5. Then, training, propose new program. Recognition, plan adjustment catch-up, plan of your EIP or PPAs na inyong napatang sa EIP. And attendance to those minutes of the meetings conducted. Okay? Artifacts, reports of monthly financial resource and liquidation. So, siya, no? Artifact, itong ikuhan, itong utang, the CBPAS of the teachers, tanan, no? Last 3 years. Technical assistance needed by the teachers, training proposals, approved inset proposal and my weeks, approved Slack or school lock station nyo, no? Learning action skill, cell, proposal with matrix, accomplishment
Principal 4 ka, ma'am?
training program conducted, school trading program proposals and accomplishment, nutritional status pupils, less of severely wasted, less of wasted pupils, tanan-tanan, no? Less of kung sa mga normal na mga bata, mga timbang siya. But last time, pag nakabakay na ito, kung i-require ba gihapon, hindi siguro gihapon, kaya naman tayo program. So, less of pupils, consolidated report of the Phil area, as nag-discuss ni Mr. Irvin, Mr. Diferensya sa mga area, raarata, i-discuss ni Sir. Graphical or tabular presentation of non-readers, frustration, instructional, and independence. So, pinangganaan siya. So, kani mo, gipangayo sa principal curriculum, so, nakapili sa 3. So, ito lang siyang reserve. Nanggit siya sa akin. Okay, so let's proceed to the next principle, management of resources. So, it's more on the physical facilities and all the equipment found in our schools. So, first standard, regular resource inventory is collaboratively undertaken by learning managers, learning facilitators, and community stakeholders as basis for resource allocation and mobilization. So, unsay imobis resource inventory of human resources, teachers, students, and partners. So, nagyod, alista tanan sa mga teachers, sa itong estudyante, ilahang murag file nila. Okay? Financial resources, atong PPA, MOE, canteen, fund, IGP, clubs, and other financial resources. Then technological resources, instructional materials nato, or furniture, rooms, bilang buok, inventories atong waters and sanitation, atong watson, atong inventories atong God project, no? School size site titling, aba, site tulan na ba niyo silakan, no? Instructional tools and equipment, and all the what we call resource allocation and mobilization plan na abak ni mga kata. So, mauna siya ang mga MOVs. And what are artifacts? Regular and annual resource inventory records. Ang atong record section, or rather not record, supply, inventory gid ni sila, no? Nag-advocate sila sa mga schools. Karon ang gidedicate ana ang atuan ng mga no, sana mga basta na-assign bago karon nato ng mga administrative officer, no? So sila ang in-charge for the inventory tanan sa mga facilities and other equipment. Records of quarterly update DEIS, records of updated personnel file, SF1 and SF2, copy ana, so mga party pass, copies of transparency bulletin board, newsletter, so kung may nungkuman ganun mga artifacts, halos maupangayo ito sa inyong OPCRF, no? Sa mga student. Naani siya, ipangpangayo. Sa'yo na kayo, mag-OPCRF mo, gitanin na ko ano, so kung ako na yung sa artifacts, sa inyong mga SPM na mga MOVs. So, di na ka magkapakapa, dili kay mapay pag OPCRF, gama. So, dili siya. Out of practice, it's just only a habit. Mga igsoon, mga heads and t-shirt. Okay, records of general PTA attendance during meeting, balik yun siya. School site development plan, the school land tax declaration, naamo, kopiana, title, naa, deed of donations, ana. List of school fiscal committee members, organize mo school fiscal committee members, and school treasurer financial report, inventory of properties, government and non-government properties, and records of DEIS. So, nakaman siya dito kung sa inyong kabutang, pila ka bangko, pila ka liban, utang po ninyo, pila ka 60 room, nakapo dito sa inyong DEIS. So, appealing nyo, magkuha mo copy, at sana magkuha dito sa, mag-extract mo sa DEIS, pwede nyo appeal siya sa inyong artifacts. The next standard number 2, on Principle 4, regular dialogue for planning and programming that is accessible and inclusive, continuously engage stakeholders and support implementation on education. By the way, ako sa dito balik, nakalimot ko. So, sa indicator dihay, unsa na level 1 ka, kung stakeholders, sa standard number 1, stakeholders are aware that a critical resource inventory is available and is used as basis for resource allocation and mobilization. Level 2, resource inventory is characterized by regularity, increased participation of stakeholders and communicated to the community as basis for resource allocation. O diba, usahay hasta sa barangay, mga facilities nato or even sa atong LGU. No? So, dapat kaninga facility, kaninga equipment, donate ni sa LGU. So, after siya sa inyong record. Okay. Number 3, level 2 resource inventories are systematically developed and stakeholders are engaged in collaborative process decision on resource allocation and mobilization. So, kung mahimo na kay system, no, ani, regarding and resources. Okay, for number 2 standard, kung sa MOPs on the standard number 2 of Principle 4, You have regular resource planning and programming to strategic planning. So naagit ta ani no na-discuss mo sa inyong SIP, gits ani is a bridge kaning all the planning no ni lang thinking about on the strategic planning. So ang output ani kinahanglan na human resource development plan RDP, financial management development plan, technology resource improvement plan, the school physical development plan, all the plan regarding on the physical facilities na po. The annual procurement plan and the IGP sustainability plan. So income generation, mabutang sa teacher, atong gikuan nga 3 years yun siya for the future para na sustainability. So magama og sustainability plan. Not only sa teacher but sa school. Nama mo school IGP. Kung sa iyong gigamitan anak sa iyong school IGP. So magplano mo for sustainability plan nga mong abot sa among school IGP next year wala na may ding sakhan para mo niya ang say module karon wala yung nasa module niya say na ulang module o na imong so dili na gyud salit sa itanan amoy school IGP then mas ayo. Okay, artifacts. Records of dates of the implemented interventions, copies of invitations and confirmation of meeting for planning purposes, minutes of planning conducted, attendance sheets, tutorials and other documentations. Copy of the fidelity band. Ano yung mga fidelity band sa mga students? Di ba, amot every year ba na? Mag-renew or so kinahanglan ay copy sa mga previous nito nga mga fidelity bands na 3 years ba ni 3 years ang ato ang pag-get no copies of the plantilla of teachers, copies of school development plan, copies of Brigada Eskwela report, assessment tools and forms, records of innovation conducted, copies of action researches. So naani no kagahapon na-discuss sa services. So namoy mga action gi-required no school head based action research. So appeal siya ang sa atong list copies of work plan implementation, copies of approved project proposal kanan. Mao bitang sa inyong GAD nga project proposal unsa man mga project proposals ninyo na gihimo. So copies na karon lately na daghan ng mga project proposals not only for the gender development but ay sa katong mga projects, special programs and projects. So katong naa have a copy of it. So copy sa atong SBM area. School continuous improvement plan. The copy of school policies, school child protection policy tanan. Dili school policy uban nga mga policies. Then copy of resolutions, then the adapt school program. Okay, those are the artifacts for standard number 2. So, unsa indicator kung sa mga level 1, if stakeholders invited to participate in the development and educational plan, resource programming, and the implementation on the educational plan. So, invited. Nagkuhan siya. Level 2, kung ang stakeholders are regularly engaged sa pagdili nito patawag, kabalo na sila, mga na sila, na-i-team na schedule, mo nang i-appeal yung sa plan, planning, action plan. Okay? Another level, stakeholders collaborate to ensure timely planning and resource management, resource programming, and support continuous implementation of the education plan. So, take note, stakeholders relatively timely, ensure they are part of the continuous implementation of all the plans itong gihimo sa atong schools. Rather sa atong schools. Okay, next, standard, principle 4, in the place is a community developed resource management system that drives appropriate behaviors of the stakeholders to ensure judicious, appropriate, and effective use of the resources. So, unsay atong MOVs or possible documents, updated transparency board. Oh, say nakasuko ni mga school, agit-it na yun ang kay nag-COVID po ang transparency board, no? So please update your transparency board. Kada tuig yun na kay lahi-lahi naman atong ibutang nila, especially the financial and the resources and other resources na nakuha. O finances, UPE, IGP, campaign fund, and donation. Lagi na sa atong transparency board. And then another, innovations for collective and judicious utilization, transparent, effective, and efficient resource management. So, sa IT funds, less of back members, less have nang back members active yun. Dili kay less lang. Ang student kay mo hinag-imo sa tanan sa back. Dili yun, if active yun natin atong back. Give them the rule. Part na siya sa school. Okay, ang ilang mga performance. Okay, copies of appointed teachers. Nag-appoint mo sila as head ng members sa back or sa ilang mga designation. Designate sila. So, copies of that appointment. List of institute team. List of working committees of school feeding program. List of feeding beneficiaries. Karon na natay feeding program, no? Daghang kay gipagmatag sa support sa atong feeding beneficiaries. So kinahanglan nanay lista. At kani gali siya bitaw. Kuan po ni siya katong nag-choose na o best school feeding implementer. Ano siya? Appeal siya sa mga documents na gipangita. Kay financial support o brigada eskwela, katong yung brigada eskwela, ila ka milyon ang inyong na-generate, ila ka thousand, siya, ibutang ninyo sa principle 4, standard 3. List of implementing agencies na nag-help sa inyong nagtabang, and record of annual EIP revision kung atong i-revise atong mga EIPs, adjustment conducted, mga school, sana, niya na ako, SNIPA. So, adjustment na, sana, records na. Then, complete records of fiscal management. And lastly, okay, marag upat naman ka standard. Lima di ay. Same day. So, next na to, nga standard, regular monitoring, evaluation, and reporting processes of resource management are collaboratively developed and implemented by the learning managers facilitators. So, kung sa possible nga to nga MOVs, again, the Human Resource Development Plan, the Financial Management Development Plan, Technology Resource Improvement or TRIP, School Development Plan, and Inventory List of Resources. So, unsay atong IPPAS, less of creative school M&E community. So, kinahanglan na less of school community M&E. Then, needs of the feedbacking and attendance sheets during the conduct of the M&E session nato. Okay. From time to time, sikit ka mag-M&E. Sa ako nang giingon, bilang ang M&E sa training, all programs and projects na itong implement sa school, all mga plans na itong mo. So, kinahanglan na siya atong i-implement. Then, records of regular resource inventory of properties, annual improvement plan, or rather implementation plan, the AIP, then minutes, attendance sheets, narrative reports, annual IP revisions. So, indicator, level 1 if stakeholders are invited to participate in the development, implementation, monitoring, evaluation, report processes on resource management is evident. And level 2, if stakeholders support a system of partnership for improving resource management. So, namoy system to create ang school with the stakeholders. Level 3 stakeholders are engaged, held accountable, and implement a collaboratively developed system of monitoring, action, and reporting to resource. And lastly, the last standard, last na ba ni? Last na gini. So there is system. Kami makagama lang yun ang school of system. Nice yun kaayo. There is a system. Kami diri sa division office, work out agad mga system. Ng mga kami gagama mi sa mga SGOD tag kada section na yung system nga gipagkama. And also the city and other, so dagan kayo system na i-implement diri sa school, pero ang school rather action. So kung kinakailangan ka kung among PMIS siya di ko Sir Floor di ko Sir KD system. So kung tamo sa school kayo mo ang then the better. That manage network and linkages with strengthen and sustain partnership for improving resource management. So unsay possible MOPs, cost disbursement on the MOE, again, transparency board, financial report, and DAIG, campaign clubs, and organization. For the artifacts, less records created school fiscal management council proposed to the parents, teachers, community stakeholders, posted monthly financial statement signed by the financial management committee, updated organizational chart, updated to mga organizational chart, list of SG officers and members with defined function, compilation certificate of appearance in barangay meetings, compilation certificate of participation in barangay assembly, less records of barangay donations, I know that itong barangay, kaya nagpalaban gida yung binag na yung mga activities. Okay, compilation records of bid donation and acceptance, copies of memorandum of agreement, pictorials, documentation, proposal, narrative report, list of beneficiaries, attendance sheets, school billing program, copies of annual PTA financial report, and records of stakeholders. Okay, so naghanap siya kapinawon. Pero again, if this one, habitually, or kada tuig, or apil lagi sa itong system, dili gitaan ni lima, no? Dili tayo mahal. And by the work, empower your teachers, not only the teachers, but our stakeholders also, the internal and the external. So I would like to end by saying, to be successful, the first thing to do is to fall in love with your team. By Sister Mary Roqueta. So we have, they will like it or not because we are in the system, we are in the Department of Education, we have to learn to fall in love with our. The secret getting ahead is getting started. Once again, thank you and good luck. Happy implementing school-based management. Okay, so if you have some questions, clarifications, and we are ready to answer, naan. Okay, mga pangutan. Ang apoy price di ay, nag-ismo si Sir Jongjo kay baka din inahalid yung mga baligya, dili yung mga mine, yung pang-mine. So, please, sige, ako yung question, Sir Jong. Ako yung question. Sige. Okay. So, what? Stop sharing the Sir Jong. Stop sharing the Sige. Question. What DOD needed in unsay DOD balag kan siya may pagdiligat gamay-gamay lang nga means of verification. Okay, daghan pa na ba akong diskutan? Sensyon. Diri ko sa kuan. Principal, for standard number 5. What are the means of verification or the documents na gikinahanglan? Okay, so natin tulog ka documents or MOVs na atong ikuan. So what are those key nga atong for principle for standard number 5? Okay, si Sir Chong.
Okay, so
what are the MOVs needed for principle for standard number 5?
So we
So
are
we are selecting top 3 from the YouTube and top 3 from the MS team. Principle 4, standard number 5 MOVs. Kindly list them down. So lahat po ng ating participants sa YouTube, unahan na po tayo, and then also our MS Teams participants. So what are those? Principle 4, standard number 5, MOVs. Ano po? Okay, we have, check to palihog ma'am. We have from Ma'am Estela Imbong, approved and accepted SIP, SBM documents, SBT, accomplishment, SBM self-assessment tool, SBM action plan, SBM accomplishment and completion report, division technical assistance. Okay, from the MS teams, may mga nag-answer na din. From Nor Amili, Ma'am Nor, cash disbursement, transparency board, financial reports, ETA, IGP, and others, clubs, and organization. According to Ma'am Nor Amili. Ma'am Dilma Lu, cash disbursement, transparency board, financial reports. Yun lang. Ma'am Rowena Lontayaw, MOE, transparency board, financial report of IGP, canteen. Yun lang. So, gusto natin, kompleto, Ma'am Arlene, di ba? So, we're looking for complete answers. Ma'am Grace Polbos answered, approved SIP, SBM documents, accomplish SBM self-assessment tool. Yung hinahanap po natin is for the standard 5, principle 4. Again, we are looking for the principle 4, standard 5, means of verification. So far, meron pang isa na correct. Di namin sasabihin kung sino yon, pero siya po yung correct. Isa pa lamang, and we are giving away 6. Very attentive listener talaga itong participant natin na ito na nakuha ng tamang answers. Mula pa yan siya day 1, nakuha na niya lahat. Siya na talaga, nasa kanya na ang lahat. Let me check our MS Teams kung may nag-answer pa. Wala na, 3 pa lamang ang nag-answer sa MS Teams. Sa YouTube, galing kay Ma'am Melchora Batingal, MOOE, Transparency Board, Financial Reports, CDR, CBR. Cash disbursement, no? CDR, CBR.
Yun yung sabi ni Ma'am Melchora Batinyal. Sa YouTube, let me check. Ma'am Antonieta Epe answered cash disbursement, MOE, Transparency Board, financial reports of PTA, IGP, canteen, and others. Si Ma'am Sir John, pwede ko asa link for SBM tool assessment. Okay, you can. Pinsan ni siya. Si FNAFF Squad 12345. Sino po kayo? FNAFFSQUODDD 12345. Please contact Ma'am Lady Ann for the SBM tool assessment. Okay, you can privately message our SBM coordinator. Okay, wala nang nag-answer. So far, dalawa pa lang ang naka-get ng tamang sagot. One from the YouTube and one from the MS Teams. Okay, Ma'am Loselyn Lumokso answered. Cash disbursement, Transparency Board, financial reports of IGP, PTA clubs, and other organizations. Okay, so time is up. Si Ma'am Rowena Luntayo, MOOE, Transparency Board, financial reports of canteen, IGP, PTA, and other organizations and clubs. Alright, so far marami na tayong nakapag-answer pero as of our counting, 4 lamang po ang tama. Let me check again the answers coming from our YouTube participants. Ma'am Lilibet Bongkawil said cash disbursement on OOE, Transparency Board, financial reports of PTA, IGP, canteen, school, clubs, organization. Ma'am Edita Tawan-Tawan, cash disbursement report, CBR, MOE, Transparency Board, financial reports on PTA, IGP, canteen, and others. Daniel Rose Ragpala, cash disbursement, MOE, Transparency Board, financial reports. Okay, we have our top 6 now. Yun lamang po. I'm gonna announce now our winners for our papremyo. Okay. Announcing to you our winners based on the order of quickness and of course alertness na rin and tamang mga sagot. Our first winner, congratulations to Ma'am Nor Amili Sangakala from the MS Teams, and then followed by Ma'am Velma Lu Allimansa. Maana jud ko ani niyang sayahang apelyido sa una. Ma'am Vilma Lu Allimansa, and then we also have, dapat kompleto po kasi. We have another winner. Okay. Ma'am Luceline Lumokso. And I will also get from YouTube. So MS Teams ni sila. Dayon sa YouTube. The top 3 from the YouTube. Let me just check. Ang naka-answer ng tama. Starting with Ma'am Romeline. No, sorry, that's not the correct answer. Ma'am Antonieta Epe. Okay, congratulations. And Ma'am Lilibet Bongkawil. And also Ma'am Edita Tawan-Tawan. Congratulations. Okay, don't you worry. Meron pa tayong mga questions later kasi si Ma'am Ann hindi pa nakapag-question. Alright, thank you so much Ma'am Arlene. That's it. Our winners, Ma'am Nor Amili Sangakala, Ma'am Vilma Lu Alimansa, Ma'am Loselyn Lumokso, Ma'am Antonieta Epe, Ma'am Lilibeth Bongkawil, and Ma'am Edita Tawan-Tawan.
Yung ni-refer po namin ni Ma'am Arlene kanina ay si Ma'am Nor Amelie Sangakala. Since day 1, tama lahat po ang sagot niya. So if ever you see her answer, just copy and paste. Joke. Okay, back to you, Ma'am Arlene, for your final words or announcement. Wala na? Okay. Congratulations to all the winners. Okay, nag-ask sila unsa daw ilahang price. It's up for you to choose from these items po, yung mga pambabae. Merong belt, merong towel, merong scarf. Sige, unahan na. Unahan na. Ako sa ipakita ha, kay para akong malibilan. So we have the pink shawl, the green shawl, the Louis Vuitton orange blanket. No, that's not blanket, it's towel. The Louis Vuitton blue-green towel, and then fashionable belts na white and brown. Come on. Ma'am Loselin Mumokso, mine towel, sir. Unsa nga towel? Paspas. Unsa nga towel, ma'am? Blue towel daw si Ma'am Nor. Okay, blue towel sa iyo na po. Blue towel pa sa atin pong summa cum laude. Ma'am Loselin, orange towel. Oh, mana ang towel ha. Ang available items mga igsuon, scarf na lang o ang belt. Go, 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 go. Main na dayon. Sige, unsa inyo ha. Ma'am Edita tawan-tawan nauna na ka, ma'am. Ma'am Antonieta Epe, shawl na lang mo, ma'am. Og belt. Shawl na lang og belt. Sige, pili mo, ma'am. Ma'am Delmalu Alimansa, asa inyo ha ani? The pink shawl, the green shawl, or the white and brown belts? Pili na po. Whatever, sir. Okay, unsay bongga po ni si Ma'am Delmalu, no? Kay mapagbigay. Kung unsay mahibilin siguro iya, ha? Okay. Sige, nagpaabot pa ko sa ato ang ubang kuan. Oo, ganyan talaga si Ma'am Delmalu, mapagbigay, mapagkumbaba. Ma'am Edita tawan-tawan, acknowledge. Mine pink, scarf pink. Na. Scarf pink. Ma'am Antonieta Epe, unsa man imong ma'am? Kaning green scarf? Okay, scarf na green for Ma'am Antonieta Epe. Okay. Thank you so much, Ma'am Arlene. Scarf green for Ma'am Epe. So for Ma'am Vilmalu Alimansa, white or brown na belt. What do you like, ma'am? Kay kang Ma'am Lilibet Bongkawil na dahil ng isa ka color. Brown. Okay, brown daw kay Ma'am Vilmalu. Brown belt. Sa iyo na po. And also the white belt will be for Ma'am Lilibet Bongkawil. Ayan. Thank you so much. Check your time. It's 12:05. Let's have a lunch break. Be back at exactly 1 in the afternoon. Salamat mga isuon. See you later and enjoy your meal. Bye-bye. Okay, so I guess we're all set for our afternoon session. Our speaker right here is ready. But before that, let me do some quick shout out para po sa ating mga participants at the YouTube live. Let me read our comments. Good afternoon, watching from Maria Cristina, Central ES, from Destiny Jam. Anisha Rajashik from Omungan Elementary School is watching. Ma'am Saidara Mamay watching from MIS, Masibay Integrated School. Ma'am Josephine Cadallo said, Magandang hapon po. Sir Rene Abartes also said, good afternoon. Sa atin naman pong MS Teams, chat room, good afternoon daw, sabi ni Ma'am Maricho Licanda. Good afternoon everyone from Kulambugan District, from Ma'am Vilma. And then from Ma'am Francisca Larin, nangutanan niya siya, ug naniudto na ba ang tanan? Giminyaw na minimo. Okay, so let's proceed now to our afternoon session with our speaker, Senior Education Program Specialist of Monitoring and Evaluation Section of the SGOD. Let's all welcome Dr. Ivy Tubongbanwa Humawan.
Then, ano po ko? Ano balik? Hello, good afternoon po. To our Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Edelberto L. of Plenaria, our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Rosemary T. Masisar, our dynamic and very energetic SGOD Chief, Dr. Maria Carmila T. Ablin, to all the SGOD personnel, and of course, the participants of this SGOD Kumustahan, good afternoon. Kumusta naman ta? This is our last day of our SGOD Kumustahan. Okay, this time, kumusta ang ato ang school report card? Okay, anybody from the participants who can answer my question? What is school report card all about? Anybody who wants to share school report card?
All right, any sharing from the group of the YouTube participants and the MS team participants are all welcome now for your sharing of your thoughts. So you can now comment or type all your thoughts at the MS Teams and YouTube Live. Sige na po, we will be giving prizes. We still have a lot. We have
of prizes here.
mug.
And today is the last day of our training. And there are a lot of prizes here.
We have glasses.
This one.
We have show.
Until now. Combine po. Oh, damage na.
Sige, we'll be reading all your comments. What is a school report card? What's inside it?
Any sharing. Unsa nang yes.
Okay, we have from We cannot read the comment from Sir Irvin because it's an attachment.
This one.
Let's go to the YouTube participants. According to Ma'am Grace Pulbos, oh no, we have one Ma'am Christine Cabuenas first. The SRC contains school accomplishment of the previous school year. According to Ma'am Grace Pulbos, the report card reflects all the things done in the school, the PAPs or the program activities and projects, and many others. So dalawang sharing from the YouTube. How about our MS Teams participants? Wala pa.
Okay, so we have to answer from the participants.
Okay.
So, thank you, Sir John. Saan ito? Si
Unmute ka. Hindi ka daw unmute.
Wala pa kami. So, kita lang.
Okay. So we still have to wait for one more answer or sharing, Ma'am Ivy. From Ma'am Heidi, SRC is one of the core components of the school-based management trust of DepEd, according to her. So meron tayong tatlo. And Ma'am Josephine Alcoso, the school report card is one of the components of the SBN. It contains information, including system size, information on student learning access, and financial reports. Okay, so we have 4 winners, Ma'am Ivy. Can we declare them all? Because we still have a lot
Okay,
of...
Okay, there are 4 participants who answered the first question. So let's proceed. So this afternoon, we will discuss about DepEd Order number 44 series of 2015. This is the guidelines of the enhanced school improvement planning process and school report card. Then let's define the SRC, creating the SRC, integration to SIP, parts of the SRC, submission of the SRC, SRC quality assurance tool, and the process flow for the SRC approval. Okay, based on DepEd Order number 44 series of 2015, this is the guidelines on the enhanced school improvement planning process and the school report card. So SRC, or the school report card, is a report that provides stakeholders a snapshot of all the school's current condition and performance. So this is a snapshot of the current condition. What is your school all about? What are the performance of your school? It is a tool for advocating and communicating the school situation, context, and performance to internal and external stakeholders to involve them in making the school a better place for learning. So that's the school report card all about. So it is a tool for advocating and communicating to our stakeholders. A school report card is not for planning and accountability. It is a communication and advocacy tool intended for internal and external stakeholders. So in creating the SRC, the school may refer to the School Community Data Template, Enhanced Basic Education Information System or EBIS, SBM reports, CI reports, the Child Friendly Survey or CFSS. We have also CMSS and other reports from the project teams and other stakeholders to create its SRC. So those are the basis of your data for the SRC. The School Community Data Template in the SIP Guidebook is where most of the information are found. Codes to mark the data, including the SRC, are found in the School Community Data Template for easy reference of the school. So SRC information should be presented through graphs and charts with corresponding interpretations. We have also sample of the SRC in which graph and charts, we can observe them graphs and charts on the SRC. Now, to help the stakeholders understand this better. The interpretation should be written using language most easily understood by the stakeholders. Now, the chapter on communicating to stakeholders as well as the SRC summary of the information and the SRC template found in the SIP guidebook provided a more detailed guide in creating the SRC. So the information should be presented in graphs or chart, and there is corresponding interpretations. Kumbaga, this is the story behind the data. The school may produce SRC in a form of booklet, brochure, or any form they want. So you have freedom to choose what format. It can be a booklet, a brochure, or any form you want as long as the SRC is visually appealing and comprehensible and the minimum indicators are presented. Once the SRC is prepared, it shall be signed by the school head, parents, teachers association, president, PTE president, student body president, teacher representatives, or any teacher club president and the school governing council chair to ensure its ownership and advocacy. So don't forget to let your PTA, as student body president, teacher representative, and teacher club president and school governing council chair, not to sign your SRC. So for the integration to SIP, SRC is not a planning tool. That's already stated in the previous slide. It is used in the school planning process to communicate the status of the school to the school planning team or SPT, which should help them in the identification for or review of the priority improvement areas. So this is the tool used. This is not a planning tool. It is emphasized in the DepEd order number 44 series of 2015 that SRC is not a planning tool, but it is a tool. We can use this one for school planning process to communicate the status on what the present status of the school in terms of their performance, achievement of the school. Project teams may also utilize the SRC to encourage internal and external stakeholders' participation in their activities and to inform the stakeholders, including the SPT and the SDO or other project implementation status. So this is now the integration to SIP. So what are the parts of the SRC? There are 19 parts of the SRC, and in that parts, we should take note the three main parts. The school profile, there must be a school profile. The performance indicators measuring aspect on our KPI, the key performance indicators such as access, quality, and the governance. And of course, the status of the school projects. So those are the parts. So I have here an example of school report card downloaded from the internet. So let's agree on the cover page of the SRC because some of the schools submitted SRC only 16 parts, others 15 parts. And also the cover, we have different informations from the cover page of our SRC. So let's have an agreement that in the cover page, there must be the name of the school ID, school address, school contact number, DepEd logo, school logo, of course, the title of that document, which is a school report card, then the current year, or school year, name of the principal with picture. So it is advised that with picture, how about this school, the big school, there are, it is very important that we will indicate the picture of the principal so that it will be also because this RC is an advocacy tool. Some other external stakeholders, we can identify the school head who is presently managing the school. Okay, so it is very important that the picture of the school principal must be included in the front part of the SRC. So any comment on this cover page of our SRC? Then for the 19 parts for the introduction, kita yan. So, okay. We have that introduction. So, it's all about, in the introduction, you write all about information about your school. No, in the introduction, then the first indicator, we have here the enrollment. As we have noticed, we have table form, no? The data for 3 years of the enrollment, both male and female. Then there is also a total. Then aside from the table presented of the data, there is also a graphical presentation of the data. And below is the story behind the data. So the description of the data about enrollment. So some, as we have observed during our checking of your SRC, some of the SRC presented only the data. There is no interpretation of the data or story behind that data. So that's very important. So next time, if your SRC is just merely data, no interpretation, no discussion below the data. So maybe that's one of the reasons that your SRC will be returned without action. So next time, careful in preparing the SRC. Health and nutritional status. For the health and nutritional status, we have here also the table and the interpretation. Then learners' materials, the references, the textbook, the learning equipment, how many laptops are still functional, projector, printers, other learning equipment. Then teachers' professional development. So seminars attended by the teachers. So for that school year, how many teachers or what are those trainings? Is it all about ICT or teaching pedagogies, research, or what particular training, and how many teachers participated in that training? So that's in teachers' professional development. The number of teachers enrolled or graduate in Master of Arts, that's still in your indicated in your SRC. So Master of Arts or Doctor of Education, from grade 1 or kinder teacher up to grade 6, this elementary. Funding sources. For the funding sources, so you include that one in your SRC, the sources of fund. Your regular MOE, special MOE, if you have canteen funds, or adapt a school, or we have other sources in your school. Kung naamoy coconut income, so you include that one as funding sources. 6, school awards and recognition. So for the school awards and recognition, so first you categorize it. The first is the awards in the school, then division level. Now division is being level to its recognition. School awards, what are the awards received by the school? Then the awards received by the teachers. Then if the participants rank category, then students awards, who are the participants, then rank category. So that's very clearly from this report, it's very clear that what are those awards received by the school, by the teachers, and also the students or the learners. We have also awards by level. We have district level, division level, or regional level, or national level. So it's by awards received by level and also by learning area. So it's up to you how to organize your awards received by your teachers and your students. Okay, and you can include pictures during the awarding as proof that you really received that particular award. Number 7 is the number and rate of dropouts by course. So here we have also the causes of dropouts. So for 3 school years, the total dropout, then the total rating. So usually of this SRC 0 dropout man. So that's a very good indicator that you have really managed the school well, because there is no dropout in spite of our situation now that we are in pandemic, no? So, or that is in L18 and no longer participating in school activities. Then for the promotion rate, the percentage of learners who completed the uh, for the school year, no? So 3 years also, the school year and the rating, the promotion rate. Per unit test, so mean percentage score by subject area. So this is the result of your CMSS, the overall MPS per subject area. Then literacy level for the field area result, the pre-test, the post-test, both in English and also in Filipino. Then the school-based management assessment level, so the child-friendly school survey result. So in DepEd order number 44, series of 2015, we have that tool, no, a survey tool for the child-friendly school survey. Then stakeholders participation. So who are the stakeholders? Then what are their contribution in your school? So the type of stakeholders, here we have the graphical presentation. So this is just only a sample, no? Then learners ratio, learner-teacher ratio. So based on this table, we have here by level, total enrollment per year level, then male, female, then ratio per pupil ratio. That's for kinder is 1:23, grade 1, 1:33. No, so something like that for the teacher learner ratio. So for this time, since it's pandemic, it's all about the module, na the number of teachers per module in particular class. Then the learner classroom ratio, learner toilet ratio, then learner set ratio, and status of continuous improvement project, and other stakeholders participation. So that's the 19 parts of your SRC. Then at the back part, so we have this school logo, name of the school, school ID, school year, and include also your school motto. You can also include the group picture with your teachers at the back of your SRC. So that's for the parts of the SRC. With regards to the implementation, we are going to implement the SRC twice a year during mid-year and end of the school year. So based on this DepEd memo number 60, series of 2016, for the implementation, the school report card is one of the core components of the school-based management trust of Department of Education. The SRC is prepared by the schools twice a year in a school year, no, to further strengthen shared governance through increased awareness and strong participation of the community and other stakeholders in making the school a better place for learning. So twice per school year. So for the submission of SRC, preparation of SRC, if the school year starts June, so ang mid-year October. So October SRC and end of the school year is March SRC or end of the school year. Since we are in pandemic, we started the school year September. So ang mid-year na to is that will be on September, October, November, December, January. So preparation of SRC, so we choose January 15 to 30. If this during pandemic, September 15 to 30, that's a regular, we start the school year by June. So since we are nag-start tag September, October, November, December, January. So preparation of this January for mid-year is January 15 to 30. Then for end of the school year, that's May 15 to 28. Then presentation of the SRC in school assemblies, maybe in online or through any platform, no? That face-to-face, or maybe you can have a face-to-face but limited participants only, no? Presentation of the SRC in the school assemblies. That will be on February 1 to 4. Then end of the school year is June 1 to 11. Submission of school report card, it is by district. So we will issue a memorandum on this. So for the submission of school report card, that's February 14 to 28 for the mid-year, and the end of the school year is June 13 to 30. That's for end of the school year. Then we have also submission of feedback on SRC. So there is a link provided for the submission of feedback on SRC. So Office of Implementation, a narrative report of implementation. So in the narrative report, we should attach the school memorandum if there are issued a school memo for the implementation by the school head. Then attendance, if there are attendance, school's picture report, invitation letter, or any means of verification that will show that you really implemented the SRC in your school. So we have process flow on the school report card on the approval. Hindi ko kita lagi.
Okay na, Bing.
I-open na ito. Itong inyong presentation.
Katong ganyan kani process flow. Kani. Muna na nakita.
Board yun.
Okay, this time is the process flow for the school report card approval. So we start now from the issuance of memorandum from the division office to submit a school report card. The school submits SRC to the SGOD SM, School Management Monitoring and Evaluation Section. Okay, after that one, validators check the SRC using the SRC uh, QA tool or the quality assurance tool. So I will show to you the SRC QA tool, basis for checking of your SRC. So meets expectation. If it is yes, validators recommend SRC for approval. Then SDS approves the SRC. Then endorse of approval to the school. That's the end of the process. But if the answer is no, so there are lacking parts of your SRC, so no explanation or discussion of the data presented. So the validators prepare endorsement to return SRC without action. And after that one, SRC validators will provide TA to school. So on what are those parts that we need to improve. If there is a need to have an on-site validation, so we need to visit your school. Then the school incorporates the suggestions of the validators and school submits edited SRC to the division office. And back to send the report to the division office. Then the validator will check the SRC using the SRC QA tool. Okay, that's the process. So we will endorse your SRC without action if your SRC did not meet the expectation. So I will show to you the SRC QA tool. This is our memorandum. Dayon.
Ay, di, open in presentation.
Dili, katong memo. Okay, this is the school report card feedback of implementation. So this is enclosure of the division memorandum issued. Letter E of that is school profile, school ID, school name, district, school head, position, email address, contact number. Then the last SRC you developed was for what school year? Then the last SRC you developed is what reporting period. So is it mid-year or end of the school year? Implementation, which of the following platforms have you used to present the SRC? Is it school premises, virtual school PTE meetings, school website, social media, or school journals or newsletter, LGU meeting or assemblies, or other form of platforms? Which of the following stakeholders have been seen your SRC? Parents, private companies, LGUs or the barangay, national government agencies, international government or organization, community members, corporate foundations, LGU or municipality, civil society organization, and others. So what challenges did you encounter in the development and dissemination of the SRC? Do you think you have the competencies, skills, and resources that's human, physical, information, or physical needed for developing your school SRC? What competencies or skills and resources do you need? What benefits do you see in using the SRC? So this is the feedback form provided to you, with the link during submission. For our SRC quality assurance tool, ano yan? Dito gyapon ko. This one. This is the enclosure of Division Memorandum, the Quality Assurance Monitoring Evaluation for School Report Card or CAMI SRC. So we have here the profile, the description, the remarks, period of reporting, data presentation, data source form. Then you have this remarks if it's complied or not complied. So make sure before you will submit your SRC, you quality assure using this tool so that your SRC will not be returned without action. So after enrollment, health and nutritional status, learners materials, teachers, professional development, funding sources, school awards and recognition. Then the number and rate of dropouts by course, the number of school leavers or repeaters. Then percentage of learners who completed the school year. If not result is available, since no not, the MPS per learning area based on the CMSS result, literacy level, then for the governance, school-based management assessment level or the SBM result, the child-friendly school survey result, stakeholders participation. We have the learner-teacher ratio, learner-classroom ratio, learner toilet ratio, learner seat ratio. For the status of the school projects, so status of the annual implementation plan or the CI project, other stakeholders participation. So others, picture of the school or teachers and staff learning doing the school activities. So you include at least 10 pictures lang with caption with the school pictures of school teachers and staff and learners. Observe at the last page of the school report card to complete the name and signature of the school head, PTE president, student body president, and teacher representative or teacher club president and school governing council to ensure its ownership and accuracy. Some of the SRC no signature of this required stakeholders. Now, please don't forget to indicate their name and print name and signature. Then observe at the last page of the school report card the name of the validators and the approving authority. So this is for the validators because we're going to validate all the data of your SRC. So using maybe the EBIS, the CMSS result, or if we need to validate the data, or if we need to have an on-site validation, so we need to visit your school, not just to validate your SRC. So for Region 1, we have Dr. Lilian Cabahog, who will validate for the SRC, and for Region 2, yours truly. And for the recommending approval, we have our chief of the SGOD and also our ESDS, Ma'am Rosemary Masisar, then approved by our SDS. So based on the findings, if the 19 parts of the school report card are complied with complete and updated data, that's recommendation is for approval. But the 19 parts of the school report cards are complied, but the data are not complete and not updated, so return for revision. So other data, if it is not indicated or not complete, so we're going to return your SRC. So this is the school report card monitoring sheet. So that's the enclosure of the memorandum regarding the SRC 22. Okay, any question about SRC? So this time, you make a process flow in your school, no? The SRC implementation is 30 minutes enough or 10 minutes only. Okay, presentation and discussion of your output, then submit your output to my email ID. The process flow of your SRC implementation in your school. Any question or clarification with regards to the activity? Okay, or anybody who wants to share your output. I think 5 minutes is enough for making a process flow of your SRC implementation in your school. Okay, kumusta tong activity? Kisay mo share. You can also post your output in the meeting chat box.
Plus tulo ka glasses.
Okay, any volunteer, we need 10 participants who will show their output on the process flow and the implementation of SRC. We have still 14 prizes here left. So we need to dispose all these prizes. So for those 10 schools or 10 participants who will present for their output on their process flow, then you will receive big prizes from our SGOD chief. So process flow, this is one of the output, during the SDM validation at Pedro Biliwanag, the regional validators ask the process flow of all the businesses they are doing in school. So one of that is the process flow of SIP. So make sure that you have a process flow of other activities or programs, projects, and activities implemented in your school. Flow lang, that's how you implemented the SRC from the start up to the end. So maybe at the start you collect data. So what are the sources of your data? From EBIS, from CMSS, or other source of data. So after that one, organize your data. So after organizing your data, creating your SRC or making your SRC, or maybe your principal call for a meeting for the presentation on the creating committees, different committees in each part of the SRC, and have it a discussion or a meeting on the implementation of SRC. I think we have one output here submitted from Lapis with Mamlo. Mamlo, can you kindly share it and present to the group? We have another output from Ma'am Velma Lu Bontilao. Ma'am Velma Lu, kindly share your output and present to the group. claim this prize, a towel. Kitog, ano na day tag-iya daw, tugnaw, tsaka identity. Okay, Doc Marilo Apat and Ma'am Velmalo Alemansa, kindly share your output. In your process flow, don't forget that SRC is an advocacy tool. So make sure that you present that to the internal and external stakeholders before submitting it to the division office.
Hello, Bing. Isulti na lang nato, Bing. Ma'am Ivy.
Ma'am Lo,
Di man mo ma-share among gidrawing. Amo na lang ni i-describe. Rag step 1.
sige akong i-share.
Ha? Ikaw share? Wala ba na
I-share na ko to kato imong GPM.
Oh, yeah. O, to tarong drawing.
Final na to, Ma'am Lo.
Wales pa man. Naay akong idugang sa SRC diha dapit sa finalization and submission. Approve or not approve. Ana man na siya. Kung approve, kung approve, meaning i-present sa stakeholders. Not approve, back to number 1. Comply. Comply na lang dayon sa mga kakulangon. Ito. Naman. Sige, si Bibon sa una, Bon.
Sige.
Kaya iyahan man ako.
Okay, Ma'am Velmalo. You can start na, Ma'am Velmalo.
Sulayan na rin ako, Ma'am ha. Then share naman ay dayon. Ma'am Lo. Sulayan na to na ako. Na-share na dayon siya di ay. Sorry.
Ako, di ko kabalo mo share ay da. Kabalo ka ni tiguang pamanrag in code.
Panitay gani, tigawang ba?
Sana pag-share din, oy, di ko kabalo, ikaw rana.
Full screen na ba siya, Ma'am? Full dili. Okay na, Ma'am Bing?
Okay na, Ma'am.
For the process flow for
Grabe, naka-encode man dayon. Ako nga, gadruwing naman.
for the school report card of Placido Micabas National High School. First, we have to craft and consult with our SRC, with the school planning team, the school's governing council, the FPTCA and SSG, which is also part of the SIP process. And the second to that is we have to formulate the SRC. Hindi mo ko kabasa. Wait sa Mambing. Kaya nawala dari sa ako. Makita ra diha, Mambing?
Oh, kita. Ang nawala lagi. Kagani nakita to, Ma'am Lo.
Kita, oy, kita kayo.
Ana, adi ay.
Nakita ra, Ma'am Lo?
Yes, darling, kita kayo. Astagay ka, nakita ang taka.
Wapa. Kung gano'n ko gi-open akong video. Okay, kita na no? Next is presentation of SRC, mid-year and the year-end. And then uploading of SRC in the division link. Next to that is uploading of the SRC in the Facebook page and school website, and the presentation of the SRC during meeting of the stakeholders, learners, and parents. It could be virtual or face-to-face. Kung minimal lang, then we will ask permission from the IETF. Okay. And then next is the last phase will be the monitoring of the implementation of the SRC by the school's governing council, the school's planning team for possible technical assistance. I think that's all, Ma'am Ives.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Velmalo. So that's the process flow of the school report card implementation of Placido Micabas National High School. So thank you so much for sharing that process flow. Okay, this time from Lapis, Ma'am Lo.
Hello, wala man di ko ka-share bingoy. Ako na lagi ko describe, wala man dira.
Akong i-share tong GPM ni mo.
Oh, okay. Actually, this process law is from the crafting to the implementation na dayon.
Sige.
So,
i-discuss na lang, Ma'am Lo.
Okay. So, in our process flow in the making of SRC, first step is we are going to have planning with the SPT as to what to do. And then after that, we are going to come up with an action plan to be approved to be approved. I do not know where it will go, but this is school-based, so perhaps the SRC team will have to make an action plan to be approved by the principal. And after the approval of the action plan, on the crafting of or in the implementation of the SRC, a memo will follow. And then next to that is the gathering of data. The gathering of data is being to be done by 3 teams, and these 3 teams will have to be given a task to gather data on the specific indicators. Since there are 19 indicators to be reflected in the SRC, Team 1 will have to gather all the data to include indicators 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Team 2 will have to do 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And Team 3 will have to do 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And the last indicator is 19. So that there will be a division of labor. And all of these teams will have to submit their data to the ICT for consolidation. After the consolidation, it will be checked by the school head. And after checking, SRC finalization and submission will be, it will be submitted to the division office for approval. And after approval, after getting the result or the remarks, if it is approved, then it will be shown to the stakeholders, presentation of the approved SRC to the stakeholders. And if it is disapproved or without action, then we have to ask.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Marilu, for presenting that process flow. No, so it was observed from the 2 process flow presented that our stakeholders, both internal and external stakeholders, are part in crafting our SRC. That's a good practice. And for LAPIS, Lala Proper Integrated Schools, we have that team, no, for who will craft or make. As is a team 1, team 2, and team 3, Ma'am Lono, assigning 3 teams in organizing the different indicators of the SRC. Am I right? Now, a team, you create teams in order to make an SRC. So am I correct, Ma'am Lo? So after that one, finalizing the SRC, the school head will check, and after checking the SRC, so you submit it to the division office. In the part of Placida, there is a monitoring of the external stakeholders, the last part of the process flow, na monitoring on the implementation of the different indicators in the SRC. So that's the difference of their process flow. So thank you for sharing that one. It really give also an idea to other school on how to make their process flow. So in your SRC, it's very, we are going to clear this one that before we will present to our stakeholders, make sure that your process, your SRC is already approved in the division office. Okay, so it's already validated in the division office before you present your SRC to the stakeholders. And involving of internal and external stakeholders is very important in crafting the SRC. And please document all the activities in creating your SRC or making your SRC. Just like if you have a memorandum, you issued a memorandum, the attendance, or any MOVs that will support that you really implement the SRC. So that's for our SBM practice also. Now all documents. Okay, thank you for sharing, Ma'am Vilma Lo and Ma'am Marilo Apat. Sir Jong, unsa ni prize nilang duha, sila ramang duha nag-share. We need 8 pa presenters. Kinsa pa'y gustong mo present. You can still improve your process flow, no? Just read DepEd Order number 44, series of 2014, so that we are guided on how to implement our SRC. So everything about SRC is there in DepEd Order number 44, series of 2015. Sige, kinsa pa'y gusto mo kung Jong? Sir Jong? Kung sa prices ni Doc Marilo 4, house and lot. Sige, Sir Jong still busy pa man. Okay, so kinsa pa'y gusto mo share? Wala na?
Hello, Bing. Hello.
Okay, Ma'am Long.
Bing, kisa ako alang concern niya in the crafting of SRC, di ba? Doon na naman tay basihan unsay masulod sa ato ang SRC, no? So,
yes, ma'am.
Maghimo ta na, for example, what is now the role sa stakeholders if we want them to witness on the crafting of our SRC? Is that on the crafting or in the implementation na?
Dissemination. Since advocacy tool ang SRC, during dissemination, ma'am. Because our basis of the data of the SRC is based from EBIS or CMSS or any data available in our school, then we're going to present this one to the stakeholders for advocacy. Dissemination of information.
O pareha sa di ba naghimo man last year. Na-approve naman So what's next to this? Okay, actually what is inside
that one, ma'am, you can give to your mayor, to your PTA,
so
disseminate the information or magpatawag ba kang General Assembly. This is the SRC of Lapis for school year.
Okay.
Dissemination of information about the SRC because that's your performance for the whole year. It indicates the performance of your school.
So i-inform sila what's going on sa school, what's happening and what's
especially the awards,
went
the projects, the status of the implementation of the projects of the schools na aman diha kanan man.
Okay.
Regarding the KPI, key performance indicators, access quality, and the governance. So that's why it is advisable kung if possible, katulang bitang mura siyang flyers ng pilo-pilo, if possible kung daghan siya kay kag data, basig daghan kay kag mga awards in schools, daghan kay kag accomplishment, dili enough ang one page. So you can have a murag bulk na kanang murag booklet. So ini ko man design.
Kaduha man ta mag SRC. Unsay content sa first kanang
mid-year ko, ma'am.
Mid-year.
Mid-year is for ang enrollment is ang basis ma'am beginning of the beginning sa enrollment for dito sa end of the school year ang end of the school year nga
second issuance. I mean second is RSP. Ang sulod adto maura gihapon siya mga indicators katong na enrollment hangtod 19, di ba 19 to? Maura gihapon ang sulod pero as of the current months from example September to January maoy sa first dissemination of SRC maoy masulod dito.
Yes, ma'am. Ang awards katura pod nga ana nga man.
Dili di pwede bing tingbo na lang aron usaray trabaho. Kita man tanan.
Lagi actually ma'am sa DepEd order is twice jud ang implementation mid-year o end of the school year.
Pero so far karon pa ning tuiga.
That's one of the questions given during the SBM validation on how we implement the SRC. So dapat siya twice because we are just following the guidelines that SRC should be implemented twice sa mid-year o sa end of the school year. Kaya naman gud tayo mid-year review po sa our IPCRF, di ba ma'am? So that's serve also as basis
so
of the data.
So far being maupan ni makaduhata kay last year kas araman.
Dili nagkuan na ta ma'am na 2 year nga
nakaduha
twice ngayo ang division office. mid-year ug end.
Submit.
Okay,
Okay,
so
sige.
clear naman siguro na to ang SRC. So hopefully walay mag-submit nga 15 ra ang part sa SRC, no, or mag-submit nga data lang, walay story behind the data or discussion of the data. Then ang uban walay graph, no. So ang uban pod ang cover page of the kining SRC is just only SRC, wala na kuan. So we have that other information to be indicated sa cover page o sa last page, ha. So make sure na pag submit ninyo by kana sa mag ang next natong submission, that's for mid-year.
January.
January. So make sure to check everything the data aron dili may magsigig endorse o kanang without action. Okay, maingon sa SDS nga wala mo na inform. So na-appeal ra ba ni sa ato ang training karon, no? Ang gusto jud ni Chief nga dapat kamo og unsay mga questions, mga ma-clarify mo tanan aron pag-submit sa report diri dili magbalik-balik mag-endorse without action kay kulangan or not following DepEd order number 44 series of 2015. So ingana. So our guide for the implementation of SRC, basa lang jud ta sa DepEd order number 44 series of 2015. Okay? So our prices.
Ma'am Marilu at Ma'am Vilmalu. Ay, kuan, kanina mag o
Okay, so for our presenters, congratulations to Ma'am Marilu Apat and Ma'am Vilmalu Alimansa. For your prizes, Ma'am Marilu, you will receive a mug from Sambuanga, and Ma'am Vilmalu Alimansa, you will receive an H&M scarf. Ayan po. Congratulations. And Ma'am Antonieta Epe, Ma'am Antoinette, you will receive a tiny bracelet. Bracelet siya, nga gamay. Tiny good.
Wala, di mo ko mas-sharing. Ka-share na ko?
Wala.
Lagi ko ka-share yan. Kana, wala niya po. Ito bumit sa ito. Ano ito? Present. Kana kung mas akong kuan. Ito present.
Ay. 1, 2, 3. 8, 9. Patay 9. Crisis.
Okay na. Okay, once again, good afternoon. This time we will discuss L&D Katami, or Learning and Development, Quality Assurance, Technical Assistance, Monitoring, and Evaluation. So let's have the contents of this presentation. What is L&D Katami? Shift from Kwami to Katami. Katami framework, purpose of Katami, the general rules and standards, tools of the different phases, Katami analysis forms, structure, functions, rules, and responsibilities. So L&D is a subset of human resource management, or it's directly linked with the performance management, concerned with identifying where people need to grow. Learning and development is not just about degree of qualifications, highlights, or what they need to know in order to achieve the desired results, or how to develop people in order to meet the strategic goals of the organization. Then shift from training and development to learning and development. Intervention should be focused on learners and not instructors. That's why it is L&D now, not T&D. There are many ways to learn. The training is just one. Then learning happens continuously and all the time and does not stop when the training event ends. Success of intervention is measured by result or learning and not by just delivery or training. And everyone is responsible for learning. It is not the accountability of just one unit. Knowledge and skills should be shared freely. So that's shifting from training and development to learning and development. So how we're going to link the L&D to the Katami. So all the trainings conducted, that's the learning and development, and we are going to have it Katami, or the quality assurance, technical assistance, monitoring, and evaluation. So we have Katami for PAPs, we have Katami of other activities, but for the training and seminars conducted, that's L&D Katami, learning and development Katami. Is a subsystem for collecting, analyzing, interpreting, and presenting data on the L&D process and learning outcomes. Of course, to allow for immediate feedback and management action, promote transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement in the conduct of activities, and measure achievement of learning objectives. So that's L&D Katami. From the Kwami to Katami, Katami is a mechanism that ensures the attainment of the desired level of quality of the expected output of a certain deliverable, where attention is given to every stage of the Katami process and every subsystem from learning needs assessment to learning evaluation. So along this process, the technical assistance is provided to improve the intervention and create policies that would strengthen the Katami process. So what is QA in the Katami? So QA, that's quality assurance, is a process-focused concept where the processes are put in place to ensure the correct steps are done in a correct way. We are going to quality assure. Now, it is assumed that if correct processes are in place, there is some assurance that the actual results will turn out as expected. The internal quality assurance, the program owner ensures that all processes and procedures are complied with and implemented based on set standards, processes, and tools. Documentation should be done to determine who does no, and what and how based on the standards. This documentation should be available to the assessors. We have called also in external quality assurance. So the Katami associate who is outsider of the program but can be within the office or from another office provides the external quality assurance. A detailed report describing the standards missed or not complied with its feedback to the program owner and is corrected within the specific time frame. So we have internal quality assurance, we have also internal quality assurance. TA, that's technical assistance, is a guidance or a support provided to implementers to be more effective on the implementation of the program. It is the sharing of information, knowledge, expertise, and skills to reach the desired quality of processes and expected outputs of interventions or program. Technical assistance focuses on specific needs and priorities identified by the program management team or program monitor. The TE provided is focused on concerns regarding the L&D process. We have also internal technical assistance. This can be provided by the expert or senior officer from the same office to those who have feelings of inadequacy or discomfort with the process of those considered neophytes in doing the task, just like the newly hired teacher. So your internal technical assistance is maybe the master teachers. Yeah? So TE is the office can be done through one-on-one consultation, mentoring, or small group discussion or activity. All TE provided should be documented for our PMS purposes. We have also external TA or external technical assistance. External technical assistance is provided by the Katami associates and assessors who are not from the same office and those who are not involved in the program. The TE aims to improve a particular process and ensures quality of the and outcomes. When necessary, an expert who can handle the problem or incident can be recommended. Me, in the Katami, that's M stands for monitoring, is the systematic process of collecting, analyzing, and using information to track the program's progress towards reaching its objectives and to guide management decision. We have internal monitoring. This is done by the program owner to track the development of the implementation as well as how will they adhere the guidelines and standards provided. We have also external monitoring. It is provided by Katami Associates as third-party individuals, and the monitoring is focused on how well the standards are complied with as well as quality of outputs based on the targets. So for E, that's evaluation, is the systematic assessment of the activity of the program. Evaluation focuses on the expected and achieved accomplishments, examining the results chain or inputs, activities, outputs, outcomes, and impacts, processes contextual factors and causality in order to understand achievement or lack of achievement. Then the evaluation aims to at determining the relevance, impact, effectiveness, efficiency, and sustainability of interventions and the contributions of the interventions to the results. So internal evaluation, this evaluation is conducted by the program owner by comparing the output expected to actual output based on the standard. External evaluation, this evaluation is made by the Katami associate or by an assessor is based on these criteria: relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, impact, and sustainability of outputs and outcomes. The processes ensures that the program interventions is executed as planned. Evaluation of programs can be basis for program improvement and policy formulation and enhancement. So in your case, so if you're implementing or conducting a training, so the teachers are monitoring the conduct of the trainings. If we have academy associates, we consider that one as our internal Katami Associates. And for the division office personnel who will monitor to your the conduct of the training, so we can consider that one as the external Katami Associates. So we have that internal or external. So in terms of giving technical assistance, you can have that the internal TA by your master teachers. Then we can have the external TA who can give TA from the division office or maybe from the CID, the supervisors. Okay, so let's have this Katami framework. So look at the framework. This is learning and development enabling mechanism. Aha man nato makita si Katami ani in every stage. No? So at the core of the L&D Katami framework are the learning and development general rules and standards. Each subsystem has its own general rules and standards. So as we have observed in this figure, so L&D, the needs assessment, that's one of the subsystems. So kata, that's before the intervention. Wala siya'y ni, no? Monitoring and evaluation. Only quality assurance technical assistance. Assuring quality on the process in assessing learning needs. Providing technical assistance to ensure that the process involved in the learning needs assessment adheres to the set standards. So that's for the L&D needs assessment. So or we have training needs assessment. For number 2, L&D planning, the next subsystem is only the kata. Still before the intervention, assuring that the plan conforms with the standards of a good and doable plan. This is in the planning stage, na providing technical assistance to assure that the plan conforms with the standards. Next is kata or quality assurance technical assistance. That's still before the intervention, assuring that the design and the resource packages conform with the standards and based on plan, providing technical assistance to assure that the design and resources packages conform with the standards. Then, during the intervention, so that's why we have the katabi. So that's assuring quality of the conduct of the intervention, monitoring the conduct of the intervention, providing technical assistance based on the data gathered during the conduct of intervention. So diha na si Katami, that's during the intervention. So next, the L&D outcome and impact evaluation. So in the post-intervention, so we have writing of reports and recommendation for the improvement for future interventions and policy action, monitoring and evaluation of application project, and monitoring and evaluation of the embedded learning conduct activity. So that's for L&D enabling mechanism that serves as a pillars and support to the learning and development systems. They make the standards more precise, strong, and effective. So the purpose of Katami is to determine the quality at the implementation by evaluating adherence to standards and processes and quality of outputs. It provides guidance or technical support to implementers to close the gap between standard and actual practices and output. It measures outcomes of L&D as evidenced by participants' reaction to activities, improvement in competency, change in behavior and practices, and impact contribution to achieving the goals of the unit or the department. And of course, feedback result to guide management decision and actions. So we have here the general rules and standards. So for quality standards, so these are the following, should be monitored and evaluated. Adherence to the standards requires using recognized design, operations and maintenance standards. These standards are followed at all the times and continually improved. The process links congruence to the process and expected quality of outputs. Process of its subsystem should be consistent and adherence to the standard to ensure the quality results and attainment of the significant learnings and enabling objectives based on the plans and design. Evaluation will be based on how the learning from the program intervention is applied in the workplace in all programs interventions anchored on the plan and design. Learning application in the workplace, the participants will be evaluated how they apply their knowledge, skills, and attitudes they gain from the program or the intervention. Impact of the learning based on the workplace of development objectives. Evaluation of application is in the workplace may be based on the workplace application project required by the intervention or program. So the implementation rules and standards, all interventions, programs classified under formal knowledge or skill transfer should undergo katami where feasible and applicable at all stages. That's why if we have programs, projects, and activities conducted, trainings and seminars conducted or conferences, we should undergo katami, because all interventions, programs classified under formal knowledge or skill transfer will undergo katami. There should be internal katami at all stages of L&D processes and external katami to have balance, for formal interventions where feasible, to avoid bias also. All levels of governance should ensure availability of capable and competent katami associates and assessors. Some members of the program management team must take a role of internal katami. Then provision of technical assistance should be given when needed. So this time we have already katami associates in our respective schools. These are the tools for the different phases. For the pre-implementation, we have the Tool A, the training program design evaluation. That's before the training. Tool B, session guide or resource package. Before the training. Tool C, pre-implementation evaluation. Usually these tools are for the program owners only. So for the program implementation or during the delivery, we have this Tool E or Katami form, the session, evaluators, and daily operation evaluation. Then Tool A, that's POA, or process observation tool, on the on-site monitoring. So to be accomplished at the end of the day by the participants and accomplished daily Katami associates. Then the post-evaluation, the Katami Tool F, program evaluation and program completion report to be accomplished at the end of the program. So the tools, Katami tools highlighted as red, so you are required to submit that one in the division office. Other Katami tools, that's you can have it for the end user only. Katami analysis forms, we have Katami analysis form 1, that's individual monitor. Katami analysis form 2, on-site team leader. It is submitted to the regional team leader, and the Katami analysis form 3, regional team leader, and submitted to the central office. Katami analysis form 4, central office chief monitor. Okay, so that's the Katami. This is the Katami mechanism and processes. So for the individual monitor analysis form 1, submitted to the on-site team leader, and the on-site team leader will consolidate that one that's in the analysis form 2. Then submitted to the regional team leader, the analysis form 3, and for the CO chief monitor analysis form 4. In the school, it's applicable only for the individual monitor and on-site team leader, the Katami analysis form 1 and Katami analysis form 2. So monitoring and evaluation mechanism for DepEd training programs. So daily monitoring, analysis of the daily monitoring, consolidation of the daily monitoring, and feedback to management. So your daily results of your Katami, it should be consolidated. No need to submit in the division office the responses of all the participants. Let's say, for example, if we have 100 participants, so our daily Katami results should be consolidated, and the consolidated result will be submitted in the division office, not all responses for the, let's say, for example, 100 participants, no? Ito lang summary or average. And of program evaluation, analysis of the program evaluation, feedback to management, preparation of program evaluation report, workplace monitoring and evaluation, analysis of workplace monitoring and evaluation, feedback to teacher and school and parent, then preparation of workplace of M&A report. So roles and responsibilities in the implementation of Katami system. So in the central office, spearhead by the Quad NIAP. In the region, Quad Regional Office, headed by our Chief Rogelio Evangelista. For the division office, that's M&A section under SGOD Chief Ablin, the SGOD Chief of the division office. So these offices shall constitute a team that will conduct QA or quality assurance specialists or supervisors, or HRD specialists or supervisors, and content specialists, learning area supervisors specialists, to evaluate the training proposal submitted to it. It shall also develop a mechanism that will effectively and efficiently implement the training standards in the development of L&D initiatives. So under this system, all offices will conduct L&D activities such as training program, shall submit to the QAAD for the training proposal, including the support of the documents, or that's in the SGOD for the division level. The QAAD chief or the SGOD chief or the designated Katami focal person shall ensure that the concerned offices are given the proposal to evaluate the components or assigned to them. The evaluation should be completed within 5 working days after the proposal is submitted. So this is now the program management structure of the training or seminars or workshop. So we have Katami associates in every training conducted. So this is the template for the consolidation of all the Katami report submitted. So title of activities, if you have online links, provided date of implementation, overall rating of the sessions, overall rating for the facilitators, program evaluation rating, program management, the venue, meals, if not applicable, just put in A, venue, if not applicable, just put in A. General rating of the end of the training program. So analysis, Katami analysis below. So I will share to you the different tools, Katami tools, as provided in as enclosure of the division memorandum on Katami implementation. Share na to.
Facilitator or trainer. Or
Okay, for our Katami forms, we have Katami Form D as enclosure of our division memorandum, the daily evaluation of session facilitator and daily evaluation. Ano siya yan? Ayan. So we have here the profile. Ayan. Ayan. Nasyo yan. Okay, title of the training, name of the participant, school, that's still optional, session topic, then session facilitator, division, then date implemented. Significant learning, what is your most significant learning for the day? What will you do differently as a participant given your learning? For the evaluation of session and trainer evaluator, check the appropriate column of your answer. So we have here strongly agree, that's 4 points, agree 3 points, disagree 2 points, strongly disagree 1. For session, we have 11 indicators. Session started on time, session ended on time. Topic was relevant to our work. Objectives of the session were achieved. Activities were congruent to objectives. Activities were appropriate for adult learners. Participants were engaged in activities. Session materials were relevant. Session materials were adequate. Session materials were given on time. Time allotment was adequate. So just indicate in A for those indicators, it's no longer applicable in your training. For the facilitators or trainer, the trainer or facilitator exhibited mastery of the topic, expressed ideas clearly, asked stimulating questions, processed questions and responses to deepen the learning, was sensitive to the participants' mood, maintained positive learning environment, observe appropriate attire, even if it's online, the speaker should observe appropriate attire. Then how can the session be improved? So there's comment and suggestion per session and per facilitator. And for the end of the activity evaluation, this is Patami Form F. So we have here the profile, then the indicators after the conduct of the training program. I believe that the training program was delivered as planned. The training program was managed efficiently. The training program was well structured. For the attainment of objectives, the activity objectives were clearly presented. The activity and session objectives were attained. Then delivery of content, the content was appropriate to the participants' roles and responsibilities. Content delivered was based on the authoritative and reliable sources. The session activities were effective in generating learning. Adult learning methodologies were used effectively. Management of learning was effectively structured. Contribution of all trainees was encouraged. Then trainees demonstrated a clear understanding of the content delivered. For the provision of support materials, if there are slides or PowerPoint presentations, so that's the support materials provided were appropriate to trainees' needs. Support materials were adequate and were given on time. Program management team members were courteous. Program management team was efficient. Program management team was responsive to the needs of the trainees. For the venue, so if this not applicable since that is online, so just indicate in A, meals. So kung naamoy food sa inyong school, so if it is not no food, so that's in A also. So please provide your honest response on each of the following questions. Briefly describe what you have learned and how it will help you with your work. In this Kumusta SGOD Kumustahan, so how did you consider your most significant learning from this training? What changes would you suggest to improve similar programs in the future, and what further comments do you have? So you are free to give your feedback regarding the conduct of the training. So for the analysis of the on-site monitoring or evaluation result, this is the Katami Analysis Form 1. So part 1 of this, the analysis of the session and facilitation evaluation. Based on the results of the evaluation of the session and facilitation, so based on the result of this Form 2 and Katami Form D and Katami Form end of the activity evaluation. So based on that results, we're going to answer using this Katami analysis form 1, that based on the results of the evaluation of decision and facilitation done by the participants, answer the following questions. What are the strong points of decisions of the facilitators? Identify the factors that help in the areas if possible. So for day 1, session 1, average session rating. So get the average if 4 points until strongly agree. If the average points is 3.69, then for the session and for the facilitators is 3.5, then average facilitators training. So you just indicate the average points here. Then strong points, what are the strong points? So the strong points can be, there are questions, no, qualitative questions here as the responses of the participants. So you just indicate that one, if there are mga positive points, that serves as the strong points for the speaker. For example, the speaker is very knowledgeable. So areas for improvement, recommended steps to address the issues. So you are going to fill up this form as your analysis. Then part 2, analysis of the daily operation of the training program. Based on the results of the evaluation of the daily operations, answer the following questions. What are the strong points and areas for improvement of the daily operation of the training program? Identify the factors that help in these areas if possible and give suggestions. So for day 1, day 2, day 3, the overall rating, the strong points, areas for improvement, and for suggestions. Are there critical incidents that are not captured by the evaluation tool? Describe these incidents in the table below. So the critical incident, so not captured in the Katami tools. Maybe there are questions or some concerns not captured with the tool. So you can write here, no? Refer to the star form 5Ws. What, where, when, how, why. No? Identify deviation from the standards applicable, then propose course or action to address the deviation. Then analysis of the results of the post-program implementation, factors that have helped or contributed to the strong points, areas for improvement, and suggestions for improvement. So are the critical incidents that are not captured by the evaluation tool? Are there any critical incidents that are not captured? So kung wala, so just write, describe these incidents in the table below. If naagani, if yes, so you describe here. So prepared by school head, not the Katami, not the teacher, no, as your M&E coordinator in your school, but prepared by the school head, then submitted to our SGOD. Then for the Katami analysis form 2, summary of daily monitoring and evaluation. So this is the summary, the overall rating. So we have here the recommendation for future training or programs and recommendation for policy action. So for the summary results for the end of the training evaluation, so per indicator, you must have the average rating. Average na, no need to submit the individual result of the rating, but only the summary. So that's the enclosure of our Katami implementation, no? Dated March 19, 2021, that after the conduct of the activity, the school heads are directed to submit the following reports: Katami Analysis Form 1, Katami Analysis Form 2, summary results of the daily evaluation of session and daily operations, and summary results of the end of the activity evaluation, attendance sheets of the participants, a picture report or memorandum with the approved matrix and approved code if applicable. Okay, but if your Katami report is included in your accomplishment report, so Ma'am Jen will also give that to me so that I can check your Katami report also as indicated in your accomplishment report. Okay, so the said report, take note of this no, shall be submitted 5 days after the conduct of the activity. So it should be submitted after 5 days. If possible, kung dili about 5 days, sabi mas may not na whole school year. No? School year. At the end of the school year, I happen to submit all the katami results of the trainings conducted in the schools. Dili siya. So make sure that you will submit the katami reports in the division office 5 days or 5 days after the conduct of the activity to the division office. So that's the issued memorandum on the katami implementation. Okay, this time let's have sharing of your katami implementation in your school. Any volunteer? Sa may... So
Hello, Bing. Hello, Bing. Ma'am Ivy. Clarification lang, Ma'am Ivy.
Ma'am. Okay, Ma'am Lo.
Sa ato pa, di ba, maghimo man tag proposal for our training or LAC or NSIT in our school.
Yes,
So after the conduct, magkatami jud mi ana, no, which we did not we did not do it before. Magkatami jud di ay. So using the katami nga na kanang imuhang gi-present karon.
Yes,
so tagaan mi ana, no, kanang katami. Dili na siya mo generate kung atong i-input ang mga data nga mo kuha dayon og consolidation kung
pwede na siya, ma'am, i-Google Forms with your ICT. Na naman ID mong ICT ana, ma'am, using that tool, the enclosure of the memorandum katong mga tools, katami tools, you can have that one as a Google Forms, and so that the participants will just parehas aning trainings bitaw sa division office on mga Google Forms, then i-input na lang dito so that we can generate the results.
Itag sa bing ba, malito. Itag sa bitaw na to, para ng strong points, weak points, tag saon na to, madugay magunong i-input. Pag-input sa mga teachers sa ilahang katami, mugawas dayon ang consolidated, badili na ingon ana nga makuha na to dayong strong og ang weak, aron madali. I-manual gyud.
Qualitative man gud na siya, ma'am.
Okay, dayon.
Qualitative o basahon siya, then i-segregate yung mga positive points o mga negative points.
Okay, dayon.
Mag-coding, manggug ka, ma'am, kung mag-analyze sa qualitative data. So, i-match mo with your quantitative data. Ang quantitative, ma'am,
qualitative
very easy naman to because we can use the Excel.
Lagi. Wa gyud mi nakagamit yun ni frankly speaking. So karon amo ning gamiton. So ani ni siya pag humana mo na mag-consolidate na, i-submit na mo ni sa office 5 days after the conduct of the training, no?
Camera diyan.
5 days mo to be?
Yes, ma'am. 5 days, ma'am.
Unsay i-attach gali, enumerate man to nimo no sa taas kanang i-attach aning katami na mo nga consolidated na or na anay analysis.
Yes, ma'am. Consolidated na, ma'am.
O i-appeal ba nato ang katong approve proposal or dili na?
Sila ni Arlene, si Ivy.
Ma'am, if it is indicated, no need na, ma'am. Ang katami report lang, ma'am.
Okay. So mo nay na miss na ko. Mo na siya katong gi-require ninyo sa OPCRF sa last katong CRF na mo nga only 4 schools ang nakakatami. Mo na siya. Mo na gimin ana.
Ma'am,
katubitang na OPCRF nga wala gyud mi halos. Mo na siya.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. The katami results.
O mo ni siya nga. Mo na ni ang gi-require sa OPCRF na to. Basta
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Bing.
Ma'am, in the accomplishment report, di ba naatay accomplishment report, and one of the attachment for the accomplishment report is the katami report.
Okay. So, ang isabit na mo, accomplishment
siya
report.
maisa with Ma'am Jennifer. Then si Ma'am Jennifer, i-forward sa ako to check if okay ba ang inyong katami reports, all the data needed dito, okay na ba? If it is okay na, so atong i-forward sa office ni Chief.
So ang signatories maurang yapon?
Yes, ma'am. Katong enclosure sa ipaka-review lang sa memorandum, ma'am, na ay enclosure adto din apo din signatories.
Okay, sige Bing, salamat.
Okay, kinsa may gusto mo share with the katami practices of the school? Ma'am Lo, ma-share ka? We have still pilan.
Note cards.
Load cards.
7 kabuok.
7 kabuok. Kinahanglan hotdo na ning prices. Kinsa pa mo share? With the katami practices, how you go over all those katami forms after conducting the training. Through your sharing, other schools will learn also. I think from comprehensive. Saan si Kim Nana? Si Ma'am Sinal?
Anissa.
Ma'am Anissa Sinal, you want to share your katami practices in your school? Open yung mic ni Ma'am Sinal. For any school who wants to share your katami practices?
Hello Bing. May I mo follow up lang ko sa question Bing ha, kana bang if your katami is only for training, what tool can be used in monitoring and evaluating the programs and projects implemented in the school? Na-mute ka, Bing. Mute ka, Bing. Na-mute ka. Darling, na-mute ka.
Okay, Ma'am Lo, thank you for that question. We have a different tool for the implementation of programs, projects, and activities. So this Katami is for the L&D, the Learning and Development Katami. So if you're going to conduct trainings, conferences in your school, so the Katami forms for L&D can be used.
Okay, so we will be provided with that tool. One tool radyo gamit na to, no?
Sa tool sa PPEs, ma'am, na we have also division memorandum on that, katong enclosure of all the programs, SGOD programs, projects, and activities, monitoring and evaluation tool.
Dili na siya mo akong gi-refer Bing katong mag-evaluate na sa PPA sa school. Kana bang every program nga gi-implement na mo, the school-based tool ba to really look into the effectiveness and efficiency of the project so that amo na siyang i-delete or dili ba namo na ipadayon kay dili siya maayo mga inana ba sa ato ang SIP. For example, we have some certain programs and intervention now nami mga intervention na ng programa unsay among unsa nga tool among gamiton nga amo siyang tan-aw ang impact, how impactful is the program.
What particular tool? Program, ma'am? Let's say for example for SBM.
Okay,
what for a particular program? A school-based feeding program?
Mga ingon nga kay wala manggoy naamagud tay mga program sa school nga.
Yes, ma'am.
Example, wala school-based feeding program ang secondary. Pero yes, nagbutang lang niya ron doon na sponsor sa mga community. Unsa may amo ang tool nga gamiton na effective di ay ning mga sana participation sa community in the implementation of school feeding sa secondary. Pero unsa nga tool ba kana specific lang unsa nga tool among gamiton nga parehas tatanan sa division? Dili lang kami maghimo sa mga kaugalingon sa eskwelahan. Kay standard man kani mga tools, evaluation, monitoring and evaluation.
Mama Marilo.
Yes, Chief.
Mama Marilo.
Oo.
If it is coming from the central office, it is a standard form ang tool.
Okay.
But if you can create your own, you have your own initiative under 9155, you can create your own. You can copy kung whatsoever, kung nasa elementary din, you connect with your linkages. Kaya wala man mo special program sa SBFP. So standard man siya for elementary, for secondary, dili man siya standard. Then you can create your own tool, assessment tool. Then let the division office approve your tool and we will approve your tool.
Okay. So that's it.
No problem with that.
Okay.
If you have your own innovation or initiative nga dili maka-connect sa atong central office, because you can create your own. Like for example, sa elementary, that is Barkada Contra Droga in the secondary, but we do not have Barkada Contra Droga in the elementary. They can create their own. They can create another name related to that Barkada Contra Droga. Then they can create your own assessment tool. Then let the division office approve your assessment tool.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Salamat,
Thank
Chief.
you, Chief.
Okay.
Okay, another sharing. So no for the patami practices in your school. Si Ma'am Marilo. Another sharing. We still pila ka loads. We still have
6
loads here as prizes. So if none, so I would like to end up my presentation in this quotation by William Foster that quality is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives. Thank you once again. Good afternoon.
All right, thank you so much, Ma'am Ivy. That's our Senior Education Program Specialist of the Monitoring and Evaluation, Dr. Ivy T. Humawan. Fresh pa ba kayo? Medyo oily na yung face ko, so I'm wiping all the oil in my face. Okay, so we still have 6 loads left. So I want you to answer before I give you our SGOD chief, School Improvement Plan, and the SRC. So give me the correct number and the series year. I will get 3 from YouTube and 3 from the MS Teams. Sige na. What is the DepEd order of the guidelines on the enhanced SIP and the SRC? Okay, we have one winner from... let me just check first. Mamaya na, kasi yung YouTube natin is very slow. Again, what DepEd order is that? That contains the guidelines of the enhanced SIP and the school report card. I will get 3 answers, correct answers from the MS teams and P15. So congratulations to Ma'am Josephine Algoso. You just won yourself load card. Ma'am Mildred Yanok. Sir Amin Marabong. And Ma'am Heidi Iya. Okay, congratulations. And for our MS teams, winners are... paspas kay ang ganin tulo, no? So, ato sa MS teams. Correct. Ang correct nga gahatag og answer, we have Ma'am Wilma Obatay, Ma'am Vilma Lu Alimansa, and Ma'am Rowena Luntayaw. Congratulations. Kay si Ma'am Marichu, nasayop siya na DO14 niya yung first answer. Oh. So, Ma'am Wilma Obatay is correct. For the processes of the monitoring and evaluation, and also Katamo. Again, congratulations to all our winners. We still have 2 items left, and this one will be reserved for the questions that will be fired by Chief later. Okay, so without much further ado, Chief, are you ready? Chief Ablin. We still have our SGOD chief to have some important announcements to make and also some sharing.
Price, Jung? Napay price? The sunglass?
Napatay duha, chief.
Okay.
Naapa
Another
ni...
question, kaya na ko i-wrap up. Ikaw na anang Nivea for sunglass. I want the sunglass. Okay. Another for the sunglass. So, are you familiar with the muhon during the survey? I think you're familiar with that. Kanang muhon nga ibutang sa survey. So, if makita na to ang muhon, na ay nakabutang PS. PS ang muhon nakabutang diya. What do you mean by the word PS? Nga nang ibutangan nag-PS sa surveyor? Why is it nga kanang muhon nga ibutang kung na ay survey, na ay word nga PS? PS, I love you. Ano na PS? What do you mean by PS sa muhon?
Oh, Chief, pwede ko ma-answer, Chief?
Dili. I-up ya. Sige, pangitangan Sir Jong. Huwag makakuha sa sunglass. Hoy! Paruhon. What is that PS? Akong karon. Private surveyor is wrong. Yes, Ma'am Vilma Lo. The answer is private survey. Meaning to say, ang ibig sabihin niyan ay very good for Ma'am Vilma Lo. Ang ibig sabihin niyan ay isang private geodetic engineer practitioner ang nagsasagawa ng survey at naglalagay ng muhon. Klaro?
Which one? Which one?
The sunglass. Ay, is Ma'am Vilma Lo, papilian niya.
Ma'am Vilma Lo, which one do you like?
Papilian si Ma'am Vilma Lo. Yeah. Okay.
Sunglasses daw, Chief.
Okay. So ako na lang i-add on kay basig madagmaan yun ang mga PS diha. If ang inyong makita na PS BL, it was surveyed from the Bureau of Lands. Sa naamang mga example kanang mga yung SLUP, surveyed by the Bureau of Lands kung BL. Now, if PLS or AR, yan ay from agrarian reform. Ang PLS kay Public Land Subdivision, kung PLS ang nakalagay sa mohon, but kung AR ay nakalagay, galing yan nag-survey sa agrarian for agrarian reform. Okay, that is a trivia for this morning. Afternoon, So I will end this day to sum up everything. For the health and nutrition section, we have the 6 flagship. I know nga bright na gid mo kayo anang 6 flagship. We have the NDEP, SBFP, ARH, WINS program, medical, dental services, and mental health. Ano na siya? That is for health and nutrition section. For research, we have implement research based on making decision-making, hence everyone encouraged to conduct research. So religiously perform also the practices, the 3 phases of implementation of the SIP, assess, plan, and act according to that SIP. Okay, so we're planning. So I hope we're familiar now, the LIS system, the special program. We have the sports program. In different, since all the programs and projects. So if we download all the monies nga naa sa special program, be sure nga amo gid na siyang pangitaon. So the different programs and project is in the SGOD. So we will approve the programs and projects. Program. Generally, the SGOD is the heart of the RPMS, whether you like it or not, because the different programs and projects is in the School Governance and Operations Division. Thank you for listening. Thank you for bearing with us for 3 days. We have ups and downs in our training, but I'm sure next. Thank you very much for the understanding. Thank you very much for the active participation. I hope you learned a lot from the School Governance and Operations Division. So back to you, Sir Dong.
Thank you so much, Chief, and thank you for your generosity for all of the prizes for the 3 days of our Kumustahan sa SGOD. May God bless you more with all the blessings and the amount you have given to our participants. Okay, so may I request everybody, can we make them as participants now so that they can open their camera, Sir JD? Would that be possible? Let us allow everybody so that they can open their cameras.
Asa ang Libya, wa pa man jud nimo gihatag na. Ayaw ko
Magmapadulong
ikaw
sa MC.
Ito ka kalusot na ko, Jong.
Magmapadulong ni sa MC. Sige lang, Chief. Sa ako, ambot na lang din si Chief niya. Anong dito ko niya taga.
Okay, server. Sir Flor. Thank you, Sir Flor. Maghatag ako gift sa imo. Hello, Mama Relo. Hello. Si Ma'am Batinggal, wala rin na. Sige na, Jong.
Open your cameras, please. Come on, open your cameras. Sa kagamay, Ma'am Apat. Maklaro si Ma'am Apat. Dool gamay, Ma'am Delmalu.
Si Ma'am Delmalu, sure na, Jong. Si Ma'am Batinggal, wala dyan na open yung cam.
I love Nivea Del according to herself. Ma'am Vilma, kindly take your mask off.
Okay, si Ma'am Estela Imbong. Si Patri. Hi, Patri.
Ready? Let's smile for our group photo. 1, 2.
Work from home.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Pa, smile. 1, 2, 3.
Isa ko nagadadag tanom diha.
Last, mamingking yung sulod. Ready? 1, 2,
Yes.
3.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye everybody. Thank you so much for your
participation. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy my show.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on.
Thank you. God bless everyone.
Salamat.